we begin. Hope everybody's having themselves a good one. We find ourselves in the start of another stream. Time for a little bit more MAGMML level 3 today. Yes. Hope everybody's been having themselves a good one. Oh. Sorry, I was just looking at a couple of things Dio was showing me. The joys of life. But hope everybody's having themselves a good one. We're going to be going on into tier 14 some more today. The World Gym. Hopefully the levels are as strong as the lobby theming. Yes. We'll see. Alright, there we are. I think I'm all settled in. Let me go ahead and get the game booted up. It's always the hardest part when I'm starting the stream. Like, I'm comfortable sitting cross-legged in my chair, like leaning backwards, having my leg up on the desk, that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I still need to, like, sit up and get into a good position so I can speak correctly for the stream. Yo, Shinryu, how's it going? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The words for being kid was for a monster in my pocket? That sounds about right. Very nice, very nice. The other Nurg. So many Nurgs. It's gonna be interesting to go back to the spreadsheet after all this and just see what my own rankings ended up being, because they're gonna be pretty wild due to my distinct bias towards traditional stages. Yeah, Shadria's popped up more than a few times throughout the streams. Him and Flashman have been showing up the most. Mick occasionally shows up, but I'm pretty sure this is like a really bad time of day for Mick, so he's probably either asleep or working. Maybe both of them. I mean, maybe, but that's not exactly great. Nah, Patchy doesn't seem to be online very much, so let Patchy be peaceful elsewhere. Yeah, we've been making a good amount of progress in this one. Last level we did was this one. So I got a comment on the previous one being all like, are you traumatized by the 2 element stages? It's like, look buddy, I've seen your comments on a lot of mods.
If you haven't figured out yet that I just want traditional Mega Man levels, then I don't know what to tell you. It's simple pattern recognition.
Did I ever get a Toadman plush? I don't... Actually, I might have. Let me check my collection. Yes, I did. In fact, let me go to the plush room real quick.
Alright, I forgot that I did this.
I don't know if I'm ever gonna get this magnet. 20
spare capsules is kind of a lot.
And here's my Mega Man 4 buddies. Yeah, I liked Mega Man 11. I thought the stages were too long. There's definitely a few good examples of that, like, Acid Man, Bounce Man, Blast Man, Block Man. All 4 of those were way too long. Yeah, it's a Disonium plushie. I put her up there immediately upon getting there. I wanted to put her on top of the Crash Bandicoot checkpoint, but unfortunately it doesn't overlap that way, and she goes behind the checkpoint instead. The magnet makes it so the capsules drop more often in the actual stages. So that just makes the cost of it seem kinda ridiculous.
Because you're not gonna have 20 capsules, spare capsules, just by playing the stages. It's a bit too expensive.
Freaking Impact Man, I love Impact Man. I like to spike! Oh man, banshees! This could be one of many things. Alright, let's see what we got here today. Noives. Noives, that almost sounds like...
What's this goofball doing now?
Oh man, that's pretty fast. Wait a minute. I'm faster than you! Do I look like I care? It's the thrill of the hunt, baby!
Yeah, presto! I may not like your attitude, but I do appreciate the situations you end up in.
Ah, we're more deliberately Castlevania this time. Nice parallax fog, love to see it. How does this supposed to sound like an NES thing, as well as, like, GBA levels of compressed? Surely there's a better version of this
Song you can get somewhere.
Another destructible block stage. Kind of funny to see these in close proximity to one another. Man, this is a good-looking stage. We're definitely into the part of the contest where there's just really good-looking stages. The facial expression they make when they're about to charge you, though. Oh man, I got that jump and everything, but there was an enemy that... That is a freaking Iron Maiden!
That's a terrifying enemy, what the hell?
Doesn't appear to be a visual tell on those spikes. Okay, they're a tiger. Got it. Understood. They behave like the Napalm Man tigers. Except invulnerable while they're closed. Not the tigers. Anything but the tigers! Even this far in, we're still doing this crap, huh? Well, this one appears to be pretty close, so let's grab this token first. There's always gotta be something! What the...
Okay, an entire spike ball not spawning is a bit weird.
Now this is less levels and more having a split path and forcing your player to play both. I mean, you'd head back, yeah, but then you're just backtracking anyways. You might as well just retry, it's faster. Alright, the token's off to the right. That's a precarious position for this. You see what it wants me to do? You know what, I'll do it. Yeah, a lot of people are very sad about the state of Castlevania. Well, shit. You know what? I guess we'll do the other side now. And yeah, both the Iron Maidens and the... These things really shouldn't be able to tank more than a single charge shot, by the way. That seems a bit much. It's a charge shot and one extra bullet, but like, that one extra bullet makes all the difference. This is quite a stretch to the checkpoint, huh? What? I just kind of stood there and took it. There we go. All right, time to
Get destroyed by this since I barely have any HP left.
You have a cool design, actually. It fits in. No. All right, got the usual Banshee cry. The site seems to just keep bouncing. This looks like it's gonna be a fun boss fight. Let's go. How the hell are you supposed to hit with Break Dash? I'd like to scythe! Yeah, that's good. Oops! That was the analog stick! Let me out! Let me out! What a lovely stage to start on. Can dock a few points on design for the usual. see, creativity. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of really neat obstacles in here. And even the fight was fun, so you know what? I haven't given out one of these yet. I'm doing full marks on creativity. Had a pretty good time with this one, I must say. Didn't run into any bug issues. And yeah, pretty damn good aesthetics as well. Like, when the custom Robot Master actually looks like they fit with the classic series, that is a really big thumbs up for me. And like, it's a small thing, but the expression that ghost enemies make before they charge you is so on brand with the classic series because it's goofy and cartoony. Just perfect. Alright, it's gonna be pretty high grade. Let's go. 78. Not quite. The expression is even crazier than anything that's made in Battle Network. The Invis enemies do make a couple of goofy faces in Battle Network, but nothing like the...
It was closer to the type of things that some of the boos make in Super Mario World.
This stage is pretty close to perfect in concept. The new custom obstacles all fit beautifully and work with the stage theme. The new enemies look like they fit right in with the classic series and have small touches like the goofy face the ghosts make before charging to really cement that they are in the right game. There are lovely aesthetic effects like the parallax. You like for that? Like the parallax fog to really set the atmosphere. Yeah, this is that good shit. There are a couple of issues, but they are fairly minor in the grand scheme of things. The most major one is the usual annoyance of putting a token on each part of a split path. What's that? There we go, on each part of a split path. This kind of just kneecaps the lovely pacing that was going on with the stage, since in order to get both tokens, you just have to slam the brakes and retry back to the checkpoint. It is definitely something that has become a pet peeve as this contest is going on. Both paths were good, though, and did different things to make the split path make sense. The bottom path definitely seems the quicker and easier of the two, though. Another small thing, the Iron Maiden, or whatever those things are called, have a little too much HP. With how long they spend invulnerable, more than a charge shot's worth of HP when they lunge you like Napalm Man's tigers, it's a bit much. Last thing, I am not entirely certain how you are expected to even be able to hit Banshee Woman with her weakness. Rank dash on a primarily flying enemy is a bit odd. Gonna guess some kind of interaction with the projectiles. Otherwise, she may as well not have a weakness at all. The fight was still fun, though. She thankfully does not spend too much time outside of Buster range, and does not arbitrarily have a second health bar to drag on the fight longer than necessary. Excellent. Well, if they weren't invulnerable, they'd be a non-threat, like the tigers, for example. The problem is that they're invulnerable when they're on the ground, but they're only vulnerable when they jump at you. So the only time you can really do anything to them is by purposely getting close to them, but then in order to actually kill them without getting latched onto, you have to fire off a charge shot and an additional shot by mashing the button, probably. The problem with that one is, it then becomes more practical to just dodge them, since they're just gonna jump over you anyways. Whoa, okay! 15 out of 15 aesthetics here because, wow, this is really cool looking. Vic and I agree on that one. I can't think of a serious complaint there. The theming is top-notch, the music sounds great. I can put an asterisk on that, it sounded compressed to hell and back, but you know. And the graphics are nothing short of beautiful. At most, I wish the cracked blocks were of a slightly different color, as it would make them easier to see. However, they're still distinct, so this is more a design knock than anything else. Speaking of design, Banshee Woman's level feels solid. The gimmicks are simple, cracked blocks, flails, and spears are what I'd call inspiring, but the way they're implemented is interesting enough that I still enjoyed it. All of the spear hitboxes demand adjustment. The puzzles on the upper route, and I found myself really liking the more claustrophobic moments with the maces. Particular props for how the gimmick speed is tuned. Everything's fast enough to be a threat, but not so fast that it can't be parsed. The enemies are where most of the creativity lies. The Spookies are a fun little ghost minion, and they're effective challenges despite their lower health. Not to mention hilarious. The Bone Mets are a cool variant on regular Mets, and I appreciate that they're more than just cannon fodder. The Iron Maidens are really cool, offering the choice between constant dodging or getting caught so you can kill it easily. And I adore how they're introduced. And Kyrone is perfect for the atmosphere, which makes it a darn shame that it barely shows up on the already less than interesting bottom route. Finally, there's a split path token, which almost requires 2 playthroughs, but it's possible to circumvent that, so it's slightly less annoying than it normally is. Another big asterisk there, it's like, well, you can go get the bottom one, then walk back a couple of screens, I guess. And then we get to the boss. I gotta say, I was super excited to see Banshee Woman actually had a shout attack. Her entire design is full of attention to detail. Her boss pattern is fun to work around, and she's surprisingly easy to bring down, within 2 runs of her pattern, despite being a flyer. Unfortunately, her coding is the level's biggest weakness. If you pause during a fight, there's a significant chance she'll break completely. Oh no! No, not the functionality points! Additionally, Water Shield can destroy her scythe, which can completely break her AI and leave you hanging! Oh no! No! No, there they go! There they go! There they go! Not again! Oh, that's really disappointing because I really enjoyed the fight. For the player's sake, we'll be fixing and adjusting these glitches for release, as they're a bit too game-breaking. However, those functionality issues reflect on the score. No! So close! So close! I actually made a comment recently about the functionality of the levels overall. There's like a bell curve of functionality scores where they're low at the lowest level because people are having difficulties, like, what's the word for it? Implementing the basics, so they run into some weird functionality problems there. In the middle, people aren't doing as many sort of ambitious things. So you end up getting stuff that's relying more on the dev kit and whatnot, so everything's nice and functional. But as you get into the higher positions, you start getting people doing a lot more custom work with a lot of stuff like ambitious ideas, so you run into functionality issues where it doesn't work quite right. So it's funny that you just have this kind of actual bell curve of just lack of experience and competency with the tools, and then ambition on both sides. Still, despite the glitches, this is a fun level, and I liked it a lot. There's still some things to improve, but as a judge, I'm satisfied with what I got. Not my favorite, but I'll be rooting for you here all the same. Yeah, it's been a bit ubiquitous, but it's definitely a lot more present here in the upper tiers. Like I said in an earlier review, I have a soft spot for spooky levels. And starting off, the aesthetics here are fantastic, and the look of the custom enemies and the stage itself are all on point, fitting with the theme quite nicely, although I was a little concerned at first when I saw the fog effect, thinking it would have eventually gotten too distracting, or maybe even obscured things later on. Thankfully, that wasn't the case here. As for the actual stage design, I think it's really nicely put together. We get the usual introductory setups to the enemies and gimmicks, and from enemies and gimmicks, bleh. And from there, things steadily ramp up with room layouts that combine both to good effect. Even though the gimmicks themselves are pretty simple, seeing as they're just protruding spikes on a timer and a swinging mace, they still manage to be threatening thanks to smart placement for both them and the enemies to back things up. Speaking of enemies, if there's anything here I take issue with, it's definitely the skeleton Mets. They have a very short window for when they can actually be hit, and the sheer frequency of their shots and the large spread makes them tough to deal with in certain rooms. Specifically those on the path to the diamond token, along with the room where the two split paths converge. It's to the point where it feels like taking a hit is near unavoidable. If not from the skeleton Mets themselves, then probably from something else around them. You can't break your scythe in this final build, no, but you could, originally. It was a dev fix post-release. Besides that, the only other thing I take issue with here is the split paths. They're to a much lesser extent than usual. Specifically, this is due to there being a token in both of them. This keeps happening. I've probably mentioned this before by now in a previous review, but I dislike the notion of having to redo a portion of the stage just for a single collectible. Thankfully, this isn't really an issue here, as you could either die or retry after grabbing a token on one path, seeing as the checkpoint's at the start of the split paths, or you can just collect the one on the lower path and then backtrack to take the top road. Finally, we have the boss. Banshee Woman herself is a rather easy fight, as she silently floats around and leaves herself open to hits almost the entire time. Even when she did get hits in, mostly with her scythe, they didn't seem to do enough damage to balance things out. Speaking of her scythe, this is also where the sole functionality issue of the stage comes into play, as it's possible to delete the scythe with water shield and effectively soft locker. Oh. All that being said, I still think there's potential for a boss fight. It's just that it was a bit too passive with her not doing much. The rest of the level's still pretty good as well, so overall, I like this one a lot. Yeah, it's a big oops. That's a big oops. Mystery, the horror. Wait, isn't that literally just Shade Man's intro subtitle? Somewhat disappointed that it's a very standard horror-style map. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks pretty and atmospheric, but none of that really screams Banshee, specifically. Well, you know, if it was a Banshee, they'd be screaming involved. Some sound gimmicks would have fit instead of just maces swinging around and floor spikes popping up and down. You could swap out Banshee Woman with something like Slasher Man, Dracu Man, or Frankenstein's Man. And the stage theme would still fit. The level design is just that, maces and floor spikes and Mets. The setups do vary throughout the stage, but a lot of the time I just spend waiting for things to line up in order to get through. And It overall just doesn't feel very inspired. I feel like the Iron Maiden enemies should make at least some sounds. It also doesn't trap you inside most of the time because its hitbox damages you before it triggers the trap state. The ghost enemy is a fine concept, but it's very annoying to deal with because it's not easily lurable, unlike most airborne pursuing enemies. With how abundant they are, the fun factor definitely tanked from it. Yeah, I had a feeling that Patchy would be having issues with the enemies in particular. The base and floor spikes are also treated as enemies for some reason, meaning Spark Chaser actually tries to target them instead of the ghosts. Ah! Yeah, that's a problem. Which is really annoying. The fake blocks also eat up Tornado Blow's hits, so this screen-clearing weapon can fail to clear the screen when there are enemies above the said blocks. Huh. Yeah, okay, that's legitimately kind of an issue. Aquarius is a good song, but boy, does it have a short loop. Doesn't help that the stage kind of drags on. Could have chosen the Circle of the Moon version, which has an extended portion. That would have helped make the song less repetitive. Banshee Woman, well, at least she screams like a banshee, oddly cute in 8-bit form. As with most airborne bosses, she has a huge tendency to be out of your range while she freely pummels on you with her scythe. It doesn't help that she's not weak to anything either to help speed things up. Oh yeah, Kirei, I also broke one at one time, where she was just stuck in the air and not doing anything as the scythe just bounced around.
Ah! Somebody paused the game.
I expect a lot from a level when its first screen is one of the most gorgeous in the contest. Aesthetically, this is everything I want out of a haunted castle. Spooky fog, enemies, and gimmicks that look right at home, creepy details such as piles of skulls on the floor, and an adventurously intense soundtrack that pulls it all together. However, the design and technical polish only partially live up to the expectations. Pacing is an issue. Rushed introductions leave the level with no room to grow. After the first checkpoint, the player has seen basically everything the level has to offer, and the difficulty more or less plateaus because the challenge complexity is already at a comfortable limit. Distance between checkpoints is awkward, just right and then suddenly short and unusually long. Weapon-related playtesting is another issue. Indestructible hazards deflect attacks from some weapons, but appear to take damage from others. Destructible blocks are oddly susceptible to deflected shots and Rush's teleportation beam. Banshee Woman's fight is a slog with the Buster. She just gives up if you block her scythe with Water Shield, which ruins the fight and potentially renders it unwinnable if she's out of reach and you're low on weapon energy. Other issues include slightly unclear directionality, some questionable layout logistics, and skewed power-up distribution. Importantly, anything that isn't an issue is really good! Challenge components are arranged deftly and timed well, slow metal projectiles are refreshingly tricky, crows are used effectively, and the ball and chain setups are especially satisfying. The fog is almost too bright and prevalent, but I appreciate a light-based visibility challenge that doubles its atmosphere. The secret rooms are fun to find. I like that the ghosts are inspired by Battle Network and suddenly shift from harmless to get away from me! The Iron Maiden is excellent. Where there's great attention to detail, the level really shines. Damn, this is a cool stage. There's not a lot to complain about gameplay-wise, so the overall aesthetic and atmosphere in this stage is top-notch. Clearly a ton of effort went into this. Multiple paths sometimes hurt level. That isn't the case here, it's just that one path leads to a reward and the other doesn't. It at least doesn't fall to the Mega Man 6 problem and has assets that show up on a side path and never again. It all gels together, and I never really get the impression in any given path was weaker than the other in gameplay by foregoing stage elements. The broken bricks that block your entrance could have been rather mean and resembled the rest of the level tiles too much, but they don't. They stand out enough that these paths are granted entrance to the player by simply paying attention, which is good. Speaking of graphics, the only part of the aesthetic that lets it down is, ironically, due to the programming. Stage elements are often rendered in a sub-pixel manner, leading to rather uncanny-looking gimmicks as they move. This is honestly a nitpick, but I did find it as distracting as assets that look outside the style of the stage they're in. Still, the rest of the graphic work is gorgeous. The parallax scrolling and fog give a real depth to the stage, and the pixel work is fantastic. The Battle Network-inspired ghosts are adorable. Banshee Woman herself is a bit on the easy side, unlike some bosses, such as Cyberman from MAGMML3, where the lack of difficulty hurts the fight. This isn't so bad. I think her tails are just that good, that dodging quickly becomes an afterthought. She's an interesting boss with some interesting attacks, and doesn't outlive her welcome, despite staying out of range for large portions of it. If I had to critique any part of the gameplay, it's that combining red tails with swinging maces that also block your shots often gets rather annoying. both working in tandem to artificially extend the lifespan of these skull-faced gits. All critiques aside, this is a fantastic level. Up there with the best of them in this contest. Great work! Ashunan. So I'm taking off our functionality point for the for the spikes issue. Can I punch the bag? No, I don't have hard knuckle. Curses. It's not really the fastest you can go, quick man. Come on, you're just jogging, man. Ugh, are you kidding me? Why is Presto here of all people? Oh, I guess they're a competitor in the tournament, but look, I just don't want to see their stupid face, okay? Look, buddy, I get it. I understand. I fully understand. They're fast, but my cat's faster. Come on, step it up! You're too slow! This is a mouthful of the title. Propeller woman in the city in the clouds. Yes, the castle in the clouds, a very popular place in the Dokapon Kingdom. I Crash Bandicoot! I know this song. I know this song. Where's this from? This little Nemo? Also, once again, it sounds very compressed. Where are people getting these recordings? Like, this is super compressed. It's like, why do I keep on hearing things blowing up? And it's like, I don't know, it's these guys. Even the spikes having little propellers on them is kind of adorable. I reiterate, we're definitely into the part of the contest where all the levels are gorgeous. This is another extremely good-looking stage. Oh, hell yeah, boosted with my favorite. There's actually an arrow that shows up when they're off-screen? Damn, alright! Oh yeah, we're getting into that good shit now. Alright, we're going for a boost! Dodo! I didn't press right in time! Yeah, this reminds me of, like, something around the, like, late 2000s, early 2010s ROM hacks. Complimentary, mind you. Just something about the overall visuals. The music from other Capcom NES games. The obstacles themselves. I did it again! The jump is actually shockingly nasty. Even something like a wind gimmick was very popular in ROM hacks at the time. I gotta be careful. There's no checkpoint after that. No! Oh man!
That's a jump!
I reiterate my previous statement about it feeling like a late 2000s, early 2010s ROM hack.
I think it's actually a very accurate assessment.
But things started to get a lot more confidently made. Oh, hey! Okay. One last really tricky jump. Don't care! Oh, it's an auto-scroller! Go, go, go! Okay, they're just damage spikes, that's fine. Alright, more boost! You got boost power!
Oh, thank you, Med Helmet!
I so should have died there!
Yeah, you know what? Them being damage spikes is definitely very helpful.
Give me the music, it's from Little Nemo! Whoa!
Okay, the facial expression from the big attack, though.
Yeah, talk about an actual, like, sensible weakness, both from a gameplay and, like, logical standpoint. Adam, stop jumping on my head! like robot has a friend. Can you find its friend? I mean, I'd relate that less to Sans and relate that to Attack more to. So, do you guys know of a little thing called Volkmeyer's Inferno?
I relate it much more to that.
Which decidedly predates a certain skeleton by a good 20 years. Also, there's a lot of really fun obstacles here, and I really, really like the boss fight. Am I really gonna give 2 15s down one back to back? I think I am. I don't think I ran into any bugs. We'll see if that tenant functionality survives. The aesthetics were pretty alright, but they could have been better. A lot of copy and pasted window graphics. I would have liked a bit more of a mix-up on the buildings. We're definitely getting into that real good shit now. Let's see, there's a... $77. Oh man, this stage made me feel nostalgic. Something about it just really brings out that, like, late 2000s, early 2010s ROM hack feel. Complimentary in this case. The good aspects. You get the ones where someone clearly knows what they're doing and puts in the extra effort to make it feel like Mega Man proper. Fine-tunes things a bit on the harder side as a result. That pretty perfectly encapsulate this stage. Everything is put together very well. The graphics have a simple but charming feel to them that fits with classic Mega Man. And the obstacles are definitely a bit too hard, but not completely ridiculous. One stage that immediately comes to mind is Airman's stage from Rock Band No Constancy, for example. I really, really appreciate a lot of the small touches that went into this stage for the player's consideration. This includes having an arrow pointing to any of the off-screen repeller enemies. In fact, all the spikes are damage spikes, making some very precarious jumps possible to be damage boosted instead. And just overall, very good visibility. That's everything you need to make your jumps. The fellow woman herself is a really fun fight. Quick with very good tells. That makes her quite learnable. Not too much HP, so she does not overstay her welcome. She is damaging enough to be threatening, so it is not too easy. And her overall appearance, while not quite feeling official, is still pretty close. Really, really good job on this one. Dang, though, some of those jumps are tight. So, like, really tight. Like those dang lids you cannot get off of the salsa jar tight. Whew, baby. A city in the clouds. Yep, we have an air stage. Propeller woman's basically what we've come to expect from this classic archetype. Time platforming, wind effects, death pits, and a whole lot of blue. Oh, actually, hang on. I have to insert a little bit more into my review. Another small thing that I really appreciate. The wind effects were almost entirely used to boost the player rather than hinder them. It's a small thing, but I really like this and just inherently find boosting effects more fun than ones that slow you down. Anyways. It doesn't reinvent the wheel, but it's still a solid piece of work. The gimmicks are a strong point. The wind benefits a lot from strong telegraphing, and it's used well, barring some annoying surprises. The cloud platforms are the best part of the stage. While the constant enemy death noises can be jarring, their usage is strong. Personal highlight is the 4-platform room with all the spikes about midway through the level, which is both nerve-wracking and fun. The enemies were a bit more mixed. The custom enemies were solid, with only a few issues. The cannons fire a smidge too often, or glitches, one propeller consistently not firing when it spawned. However, Gabiole, and especially Balloon Boo, feel underutilized, rarely in a position where they're likely to use their full toolset. But the big issue is the imbalance between deaths and checkpoints. While the spikes are generally non-lethal, it's still easy for a misstep to send you into a pit. Oh yeah! Especially in those last couple of sections! The fight itself is fine, but the length of time between checkpoints tends to sting. The biggest example is the auto-scroll into the final section. They're both fine on their own, but trying to do both in one sitting can make the auto-scroll feel tedious and reflects poorly on an otherwise solid experience. Yeah, it's a good thing that didn't happen. Yo! Jump Yards, thank you for the raid of 27. Welcome to Make a Good Mega Man level 3. We're going through all the stages in this here level design contest around Classic Mega Man, and we're getting into the top ones. It's been a real good start for the levels today. Time to go through the reviews of position number 18. Fortunately, Propeller Woman herself makes up for it. She seems like a typical Wind Robot master at first glance, though she benefits a lot from personality and proper telegraphing. Once she gets to half health, she pulls a desperation move followed by an upgraded moveset, which is very Mega Man 11. It's true. I appreciate that. Between that and her expressions, she's one of the more memorable normal bosses. While the stage is a bit rough around the edges, Propeller Woman herself is great. I'm looking forward to a rematch. Yeah, simple things like how startled she looks after lettering out the really big air blast. It's just... perfect. There are two things that really knocked this level down for me. The checkpoints and some very annoying jumps. If not for those, I think this would have been a better stage. That said, this level does have some good aspects, with one of them being the aesthetics. It's a nice looking stage with a fun take on a relatively common theme. Having the buildings floating on clouds is a neat touch too, yes. The introduction stage, enemy and gimmick are, for the most part, laid out relatively well. The first half of this stage has some well-structured challenges and is overall pretty enjoyable. Unfortunately, once the second half kicks in, the problem starts to arise in the form of a severe difficulty spike. The jumping challenges quickly fluctuate between easily manageable to obnoxiously tight. As I put it. Like really tight. Like those dang lids you cannot get off the salsa jar tight. With virtually no middle ground, you'll go from a pretty fun setup that involves high jumping in between some spikes while dealing with enemies, then immediately do an overly tight jump across the pit starting from a platform with a very low ceiling. And if you're going Buster only, you also need to take out the flying turret mid-jump. Yeah, it's the very last jump of the stage. There's also 2 instances of falling into a small opening while having to avoid hitting spikes lined up along the wall. A setup that I've always found frustrating to deal with ever since Jewel Man's level pulled the same stunt back in Mega Man 9. Understandable. Honestly, if it weren't for the boss fight, I'd probably be a lot harsher on this stage. Propeller Woman's a bit tough to get used to at first, but unlike her level, I actually found her to be pretty fair. This is mostly because you actually get some decent leeway for avoiding most of her attacks. I'd say the only one that borders on being overly strict is a certain pattern where she summons wind from both sides of the screen. More specifically, the one where you need to slide beneath them. That aside, the fight is pretty fun once you get the hang of it. I just wish it wasn't such a pain to reach her. The city of Cloudsville. What else about that? Would it be the sky equivalent of the Powerpuff Girls? It's a stage that started out strong, but the experience kinda took a nosedive the further on it went. As far as wind levels usually go, they suffer from the problems of overly precise jumps over bottomless pits, and enemies easily knocking you over while you get blown off tiny platforms with the player unable to do anything to recover. This stage is unfortunately no exception, and those were the main cause of the dent of the fun score. While the wind particles can look pretty, they can be visually hindering in some areas, with enemy projectiles easily blending into them due to the smaller circular shapes. There's also an animation delay when the player enters a new room. The actual wind is already in effect before the animation starts, causing the player to be unable to adapt to the environment in time and leading to potentially unfair deaths. In the curving direction the particles flow in, screens with horizontal pushing can also get confusing. The particles moving upward could lead a player mistaking the wind would allow them to jump higher. Propeller Woman, while being an overall fine, fast-paced, learnable fight, ultimately left a bad taste in my mouth by the tedium of retrying the section before the end of the stage over and over, only to discover that the boss arena also uses death pits that you could get pushed into. She was very, very tired of dying. Yeah. This style of very much ROM hack style difficulty is really divisive at best. The music's alright, but it really doesn't fit the whole Sky City theme in my opinion. The overall vibe seems to give off a sorrowful feeling, to a supposed rather carefree setting. I don't mind a stupidly hard difficulty as long as it's fair and surmountable with sufficient practice and ingenuity. Thanks to an efficient learning curve, polished and thoughtfully planned challenges, a screen count that's close to ideal, sporadic power-ups, and niceties such as a warning arrow for incoming projectiles, this level feels very manageable. Long load times, a few sections that are pure murder without special weapons, and nearly excellent checkpoint placement are about the only reasons why fun ever gives way to stress. I can forgive a couple of minor custom asset glitches, a few unnecessary bottomless pits that read as alternate paths, and the feeling that the level could have ended right after the exciting auto-scrolling section because this is my kind of level. I love the aesthetics, Nemo's a great choice for the music, the graphics look authentically Capcom, especially the cloud platforms, and there's just the right balance between eye-catching movement, the animated cloud cities are my favorite, and the stationary minimalism. The floating fluff perfectly conveys the direction of the wind gimmick, and I enjoy how the fluff suddenly drops from the sky upon death or screen transition. Propeller Woman's victory pose is a nice touch. I didn't even notice that she did that. What resonates with me most is that this is a platforming level requiring precise jump, timing, and a mastery of the movement physics to succeed. The well-constructed enemy roster complements the challenges, which remain tricky and interesting, even after the screen is cleared of combatants. The fight with Propeller Woman demands a certain nimbleness in line with the rest of the level. In the definition of the best Mega Man levels, there are numerous strategies to lower the difficulty without wrecking the experience. And as foolish as it is to raise the difficulty by favoring the Buster, nailing down Rage's precision is highly satisfying. Pretty level graphics, cute new enemies, good vertical areas, challenging but solid boss. That's the basic review in a nutshell. Going back to nutshell, with some strangle the frustration line, the enemies do a good job of being a threat without ever crossing that line of bullish design. I'm thankful, seeing how the entire stage is more or less over a death pit. Entire stages being spent getting knocked off are often the most unfun experiences in a platformer. Special mention goes to the little arrow signal that shows when the little dude gets fired by the stationary, I guess, lamp enemies? Not sure what they are. Anyway, the signal it shows where they're off-screen, this goes a great deal to preventing this enemy from really aggravating the player. I'm not a fan of the segments where you need to weave into an indented floor whilst just avoiding the spikes lining the wall. Once might have been fine, but this was a pace-killing trend given their placement and just how tight they are. One final thing to mention is the gimmicks. The wind's introduced well, it's impossible to miss after all, and it helps make so many otherwise plain areas thrilling. Combining with the rising auto-scroller is inspired. I'm sad to see it only turned up once. Even the basic depressed cloud platforms get more or less fully explored in their setups here. Just excellent work with the platforming aspect of the stage. Propeller Woman's a significant step up in difficulty compared to her stage. She has quite a lot of very tricky to dodge attacks. But it's okay! She's a very solid robot master fight. She'll probably kill the player a few times before they best her, but she just takes some learning and has good enough tells that even the tighter to elude attacks can start to be reliable. Also very much appreciate the restraint, not requiring the player to drain an entire second health bar to reach your second phase. Yeah, right? Right? Something like that hasn't happened like
a dozen times already.
Plus, oh my god, the sequence of air shooters that signifies this phase change only happens once. Thank goodness, given it's the hardest thing to avoid in the fight. Had it kept recurring, it might have slowed the pace of the fight down.
Oh, it's only once? Okay.
It's a one-off spectacle, it's fun. All in all, great boss. I think Flashman. Yo, how's it going, Bounce Man? This definitely feels like your kind of place. You know the routine here. Work until you sweat, flex those muscles, stretch those calves. If you have any of those, that is. If you're a robot like me, then I'm sorry, but I'm out of advice. The thought's appreciated, little... I'd say little guy, but it's more like very big guy. Ah, I had a feeling. Wait, what's in here then? What the? Bleeding boss, make your wash, guard, Gordless. Which Wario form was this? Was it like the springy one?
I know it's Wario Land music!
He was asleep. Bootleg looking! Come on, you slugs! I ain't getting any younger! Now that muscle juggler's up and left us, you just gotta work harder! Step up your game! 500 volts? Yeah, sure. Here you go. I can now play Pharaoh's Challenge. Still asleep? Yeah. Gormless. Alright, stage number 17!
Malware man!
Man, I didn't know this game was infected by malware. Now I'm gonna have to scan it and quarantine it. Virus equals very yes!
No!
Hey, didn't you think we could do yourself over to burn to the ground?
Justin's spinning a little bit more for us today.
And another one over to Tech Hunter Talon. You know, I kind of just want to listen to the regular version of this song.
Free takes, no scam!
Yeah, screw it. It's definitely gonna get this stream flagged. It always gets the stream flagged, but like... I love this stage theme too much. This 8-bit version of it's fine, but like... You can't tell what the stage this is? Well, don't worry! We got it coming here pretty soon. This thing again?
Oh no! Not those! Not the Mega Man Sprite comic! Anything but that!
Yo, but I don't see no advertisement for Reball Pastor around here. I did it again! It's because it's deleting 2 rows at once that it's confusing me.
Like, I know exactly why my brain's getting confused there.
Because all the rest of them are single rows at a time, but that last one's 2. And that time I just tried to rush it. They didn't. I turned off the in-game music because it was an 8-bit version of this exact song. And I really, really like this song. There it is. Oh god, so many advertisements! Oh, I see! I have to close them! Yeah, Dr. Light, why are all these advertisements on your computer anyways? Why didn't you even look it up? I mean, there's gotta be a reason, Dr. Light. Yeah, you gotta shoot them with the X. You gotta close the window.
You gotta close them! Close the advertisement! Don't check his search history! You're damn right!
Just to make sure he does mean this one. Yes, okay. Okay, duly noted. It's going into the ceiling. Okay, that one goes too far into the spikes as well. Got it, understood. I tripped. Why do you know this song? Because it's just Mega Man X5. Ooh, that's an awkward one. This one I can probably just jump, but I mean, I'll just climb on and then slide. Out of curiosity. Predicted! Typo! Ah, the curse is invulnerable. Understood. Again! Get this thing out of here! Why does everybody use it? No punctuation! no fear!
Oh god! So many ads!
Alright, seems easy enough. You can't get me! Oh god, never mind!
I stand corrected!
How does the contest so far? It's been a really good start for today.
Alright, let me turn the actual music back on.
You were saying?
Shit!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, this is obviously gonna be another fake out. Wait, is that actually it? Huh! Damn, alright!
Sorry, I'm kinda not used to there not being a boss when we're this deep in. Alright. I had the stage just long enough by itself, so that's fine, I guess. Bit of an anti-climax, though.
Yeah, it's a good level. It's just one of those things where it does lose a little bit of flair when it just kind of ends on an anticlimax. Because, I mean, that section before the boss wasn't even the hardest bit of the level by a considerable margin. Oh, that's a funny stage. Let's see, aesthetics. It's like a nice combination of sheepman aesthetics and like the usual cyberspace ones. Well, it's bad, not bad. And I really like the pop-ups of all things. Yeah, I've been enjoying MAGMML3 a fair bit overall. There's definitely some outliers in terms of the stages, but the overall experience is very good. And I mean, it's a compilation project. You're always gonna have those outliers. Like, you'd have to be ridiculous to think that they wouldn't pop up. Ah, 31, 93, 62, 74. You know, with a title like that, it really inspires the worst. In regards to expectations. But thankfully, this is just a super fun stage that mostly relies on sheepman gimmicks, with a few little extras thrown in that fit the theme. Expectations successfully subverted. You know, it really is funny that one of the standout things in this entire stage was the dang adverts. Like, the fact you get rid of them by shooting the close button is just... that is that good stuff. Using such source material for the cursed ads, like Mega Man Sprite Comic, is also quite inspired. Very nice. The obstacles themselves mostly rely on sheepman blocks and tomahawk platforms, but they are done quite nicely. I appreciate that challenge overall is not too tough on the main path, with the plateau probably being when the invincible cursors get involved. But the real challenging stuff is the token challenges. Good. Once again, very nice. That sheep tower killed me perhaps a couple too many times. Cause my brain was not paying attention. Now there is the elephant in the room of the lack of a boss. It does kind of make the level end on a dull flat instead of a nice climax. Partly this is because the section leading up to the boss door is not even the hardest bit of the stage. So that does not work as a climax either. Shame, but well, bosses can be a tricky thing to implement. And the stage was long enough already. Still, it would have been nice. What the heck? I get the distinct impression that I do not want to look at Dr. Light's search history, considering the type of advertisements that were popping up. Robots near you! Wiley hates them! Free e-tags, no scam!
Good grief. I've never been happier that Dr. Light's ad block is terrible.
The pop-ups are nothing short of hilarious, and I adore how well they work in the level. I also appreciate the humor that is freetrickstertokens.com, and the individual challenges are just plain fun. The key token was a bit off, though. Collecting every coin chip leaves you with an extra, so it's a pinch broken. Yeah, you did, guys.
It's a good level, I liked it.
Besides the humorous element, the level is just plain fun. The sheep blocks are decent by themselves, but they work really well in tandem with Wall Blaster. And, of course, pop-ups. The virus mines are a nice twist on Splash Woman's mines, and they hit the right mix of longevity and speed to make a fair challenge. Tomahawk platforms are a little less interesting, but the combos of sheep blocks are something I haven't seen before. And it tops everything off with the malware cursors, which provide an excellent halfway twist that makes things a little more difficult. The only real issue with the level is Adamski. It doesn't add much besides being obnoxiously loud, otherwise Malware Man's level is super fun. Unfortunately, it ends on a really sour note. Boss corridor with no boss is disappointing enough normally, but the level before was so creative. The way it just ends was so disappointing, especially since there wasn't much reason to not have a boss. Twin Cannon worked pretty well with just one extra malware cursor, so sure, Malware Man could have been a reskinned DevKit boss with some extra minions. There's over 30 different Robot Masters alone. I'm sure something would have worked. Would it have been perfect? No, probably not, but it would have been an improvement over nothing. Still, for all my issues with the complete lack of boss fight, the level before it was still really fun. I just hope to see an actual Malware Man encounter down the line. I'm a little surprised it's taken us this long to get a level based on more traditional adware and computer viruses. It's a fun concept to be sure, and I'd say the stage uses it pretty good. One of the best aspects of this stage is how it uses sheep blocks. I found the challenges based around them to be quite fun, especially with the first token. While their layouts aren't all that complex, they still manage to be engaging thanks to there being other things to look out for. Either by needing to time your jumps at the right moments while the blocks, or by dodging enemy bullets. They're also combined rather well with the other gimmicks. Speaking of which, while I'm usually not a fan of screen obscuring gimmicks, I'm willing to give a pass to the pop-up ads here for a few reasons. The first is that they don't take up that much room to begin with, and the second being that you can actually get rid of them. One thing I have a harder time looking past are those floating enemies that home in on you. While I don't mind the general functionality behind them, it feels like they linger around for way too long before eventually exploding. Well, this wouldn't be a problem normally, considering how slow they are. The rooms they show up in tend to be somewhat cramped. If you accidentally hit one, there's a decent chance they'd be cornering you with no way to avoid it. However, my biggest issue with this stage, by far, has to be the ending. Simply put, Malware Man should have had an actual fight at the end of the stage. Naming your level after a Robot Master immediately sets up expectations for there to be a battle with them, and not to deliver on that is a major letdown. While I get the joke that he's not a fighter, if his NPC dialogue's anything to go by, it doesn't really make up for this disappointing ending. If there was a well-designed boss fight at the end, I could see this being one of the better semi-vanilla stages in the contest. Unfortunately, that anti-climax really drags it down. I still find it to be fun, if just a bit disappointing. You are 1 millionth player! Congratulations! You won! You are a winner! You win! Ding 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 ding! Now this is a cute little stage full of charm with its sprite work, such as the pop-up enemies that are incredibly hilarious. I especially like the detail of you needing to shoot the X's to get rid of them. Being computer-themed, there are obviously some uses of Sheepman components. The invulnerable cursor enemies are not as dangerous as they sound, as the curses themselves mostly are out of the way most of the time. The sheep blocks are used very well in this, especially the descending tower part, combining the pop-ups you need to get rid of. Just a minor annoyance with how the pop-ups appear before any other enemies on the screen appear, making it possible to completely obstruct them without the player knowing firsthand. It's a bit more cheap than challenging, I feel. Who's the guy who said congratulations, you won? That is a head scratcher. There seems to be a slight oversight with the level progression, as you only seem to need 2 key tokens to complete the key, but there were 3 tokens? Oops. It's disappointing that there's no aforementioned Robot Master at the end, nor is there any boss for that matter. Unfortunate time-constrained reasons, I'm sure, but don't be afraid to put a default engine-ready boss. Warning! Your level may be infected! Flashman.exe may have found Malware Man to be infectiously entertaining. The following files are likely causes. Story.fun, music.great, titlework.clean, theming.thoughtful, atmosphere.absorbing, reskinned octopusmind.creative, bosslogo.cool, checkpoints.appropriate, power-ups.useful, tomahawkplatforms.good, sheeppuzzles.tricky, nobossfight.haha. Pop-up windows have been detected, and they're funny. Recommended action: adjust some screens to maximize the inherent sneakiness of the pop-ups. For example, the underdeveloped screen to the right of the first token. Make them respawn and pull up one additional type of advertisement to diversify the comedy. Lose weight fast. Picture of a robot detaching its head from its body. God damn it, Flashman. Your graphics settings have recently changed. They are currently set to sickly green and more MS Paint than Mega Man. Some adjustments are recommended for optimal viewing, but if you're happy with these settings, no action is required. The following files appear to be causing minor damage and should be repaired or deleted. Flying saucers non-trending. Color differentiation issues not many. Actions too close to top of screen not often. Instant death not too much. Final stretch could be more elegant, yes. Dual token exit teleporters, please, just one. Two-way transitions, why. A scan of challenges has been completed. Summary. Token challenges are clearly labeled and part of the narrative, which is appreciated. The first key coin should appear sooner, showing players what they're looking for. And these collectibles can be found on the main path rather than on a side path like the other tokens. Things get combined a smidge too early, leaving fewer surprises for later. Some asset interactions, such as the Tomahawk plus Sheep token challenge, are inspired. Flashpad.exe has stopped working. Your level is now vulnerable to other options. Would you like to send a report? Jesus Christ, Flashpad. I must say, I'm surprised how well this level turned out. Given that the first things you see are obviously memes, to see genuine thought put into their implementation, to have them actually gasp, shock, horror, suit the level already elevates the stage compared to anybody else who's used memes in this contest. The level was laser focused, where every element had its time to shine. No, don't send a report! Sending report. I liked how the sheep man blocks were used for a different purpose, just about every time that you saw them, from platforming to puzzles and everything in between. The Spade token challenge and the room before the second mini-boss were really good examples of their use. This is the stage I first saw back when Leon was playing as Proxy. The pop-ups were a rather interesting use of a screen blocker. I grasped how they acted at first, but I was the one watching and the player, just didn't. That said, there was a couple of places where these combined very well with both the enemies and other gimmicks you chose to use, involving removing them in a limited time frame or hiding trapped enemies that the player could easily activate by mistake. I also really liked the cursor reskin and the change in attack pattern, making it far more consistent, becoming a very good gimmick rather than a frustrating enemy. Checkpoint placement could have been better across the stage. The level involves a lot of waiting around and has quite a bit of instant death near the end of the relatively long sections, making it a bit annoying to keep redoing these. I do feel a bit let down by the lack of an ending after all the build-up. The stage does not need to have a boss to finish. I think that a fast-paced, auto-scrolling section here, using gimmicks you have developed over the stage, would have been a far better ending. The joke didn't, fall flat or anything, but you did need a better segment beforehand. Yeah, that's fairly fair. These are fairly small nitpicks over a stage that was thoroughly enjoyed, bringing the right kind of simple humor to well-thought-out gameplay and interesting challenges. I'm gonna go with Mick. Flashman's definitely my favorite of the reviews to read, but Mix is the one I agree with the most. God damn it, Flashman, you can't keep getting away with this! It would seem that the role requires external implements in order to accomplish something I do all by myself. Why do you speak in all lower caps? I'm absolutely pumped to see how this tournament finishes out. The original robot tournament I was part of was good up until, it was taken over. But the competitive spirit in this tournament is the strongest I've seen. It's quite admirable. Pipe Man! Cousin of Pump Man! You know what? Hang on a second. Volume warning! Okay, it's less loud than it could have been. I just played the song on the pre-stream. Oh, hey, Scaven's World's back. Then I know this will be well programmed. Oh, that looks weird. Okay, we're gonna go up and around and turn off the water. I get it. What are you gonna do? Have me jump in a death pit? Okay, so the part where we die by going down a death pit. This is getting one of these. Celestial Woman did it better! I'm not gonna worry about it.
I'm just gonna go get this.
You know what? This is a long horizontal section. Let's go! Ah, I can't jump high enough. Yo, Engineer Joe? Cool. Can I? Ah! I was really hoping for some Super Mario 3D World shenanigans. This is a Joe that's constantly vulnerable. This is a Joe that is constantly vulnerable. Warning! Warning, warning, ice wall in progress. How are you still alive? Is this thing technically invulnerable? I'm up here now, I guess. Oh, there's spikes there. Alright, what's down this way then? Would have been nice to know before I found that out the hard way. I do wish that the, like, little pipe valve stood out a bit more. Yeah, I've been playing this role throughout the entire thing, pretty much. Oh, this should be a perfectly safe position, right? Ow, almost. Okay, we're starting to get kind of wacky in terms of the level progression here. Brain's bending a little bit.
That's very strange looking.
Question mark? Okay, I guess I go specifically up this way then. You know what? How about I don't do that rest of that entire section? Honestly, it's for the best, because this section would have gone on way too long otherwise. See ya. Rude! Okay, they're using Uranus's AI, it looks like. Construction of constructions. Alright, hang on, I have a lot of custom borders unlocked. Okay, it's showing you that you can make your own fancy custom border if you feel like it. Neat! Oh, hey, it's a whole bunch of different custom ones. Looks like I got a pretty large majority of them. I still just prefer the default border because it actually has the border around the screen.
It's a small thing, but like it works. I like it.
Alright, let me go ahead and take a look at some of this stuff. Let's see. I can't say I particularly cared for this stage very much. It's just kind of muddled and confusing. What tier is this? 14. So, second last tier. This is an interesting stage, but it is not exactly the most fun thing to play. Obtuse level progression really does not mesh well with standard Mega Man gameplay. I can appreciate the idea, but the execution is just as drawn out and uninteresting as this type of thing usually is. I don't mind the gimmicks used. Like making use of the shielded enemies to boost you into slide openings, rather than just relying on that weapon that doesn't exist. But that was the majority of the stage, really. The valve gimmick was neat and all, but it felt extremely underutilized. And was kind of difficult to even tell if it was doing anything. The valves really needed different graphics to let them stand out from the rest of the foreground. Being a completely different, much brighter color would have helped. The last segment, especially, it's just not good. Aside from being able to circumvent a good chunk of it, either with weapon usage or charge shots, it is a lot for the player to do between checkpoints. Plus, it's just not that interesting. Mostly just dodging some enemies here and there, and slowly whittling away at the plug blockage. Lightman himself is quite fun, though. I can see the base of Uranus for the AI, and well, some moves are not perfect. Like the water jets do not always show their tell of where they're gonna appear. But overall, it is good. It does not overstay its welcome. Has a fun little design. And the attacks are interesting. A decent level, but kind of clunky to actually play. Must be at least fair level in MAGMML3 thus far. It's either Arcane Man or Fu Man. One of the two. They're both something I extremely disliked for similar reasons. I have to say, this is a better level than I expected from first impressions. Pipe Man's sewer layer has some pretty interesting design, owing to its more puzzly gameplay. The gimmicks are a big help for this. The water spouts make an excellent movement concept just by themselves, but the ability to adjust them adds an extra layer of interest. The giant stopper tellies make good obstacles to facilitate the puzzle solving. The clear pipes are a fun way to get around, and they're effective for the mid-boss. And I'm glad to see someone making use of Pakun's Game Boy traits, though the explanatory sign could have been less necessary. Needlessly snide, yeah. As for the other enemies, Mausabeo and Fujin handle much better than usual, getting scenarios where they're more than just charge shot bait. Meanwhile, Wrench Joe's an interesting component whenever he appears, and I like how he waits until the last one to throw in a shield. For that matter, the strongest part of the level is easily its difficulty curve. It introduces things in an effective and clever manner, and builds them up as the level progresses, using mid-bosses and pipes to break it up, before culminating in one massive puzzle that challenges you on everything in the level. It's exceptionally well made, and I largely enjoy it. Unfortunately, the visual design is severely lacking. My biggest issues: there's no difference between a turn wheel that's on A or B, and there's nothing indicating which water spouts are active and on which mode. That's not always a big deal, but if you don't have the spouts on screen, it can get confusing if you have to pause. Additionally, a visual indicator on Tate Puckins you're not supposed to kill would have made things much easier. In fact, just making them invincible would have done the trick. Not only would it create a clear visual, but then the 99 health wouldn't be necessary. The boss is much better for the visuals problem, but sometimes the stomp telegraph seems to fail, leading to cheap hits. As a whole, I rather like this level. It definitely has issues here and there, mostly visually. It's a good, solid start. A little more graphical oomph will go a long way. Honestly, my favorite thus far would have been one that's not even one of the contest levels. I just really liked Usagi Women's stage. Bachi knows what they're doing. Not too bad of a level here. I was fully expecting a more maze-like stage with a name like Pipe Man, given the obvious way those pipe gimmicks could be used. So I'm happy to see it's more on the puzzle platforming side of things. Some platforming's alright too. There's a lot of focus on valve switching and interacting with the Date Buckens here in the latter of which I don't think has been explored much, at least not to this extent, over the course of this contest series. So it was nice to see their one notable quirk getting used to decent effect here. On that note, while a lot of these sections are passable, that's also kind of an issue, seeing there's not much else I can really say about them. Maybe it's the samey setups with the Tate Hawkins after a while, or the very lacking aesthetics, but there just wasn't much else that felt noteworthy here, barring segments towards the end. The final segment before the boss is the one that stood out the most to me, what with needing to destroy 4 blockades by going down 4 different paths. I did notice that you can completely avoid going through one of these, however, by using a charge shot on the very bottom path, thereby taking out 2 blockades at once. You can do it on the right side, too! If anything, this feels like a minor oversight, but it does affect the intended way, the flow of the stage either way. Lastly, there's Pipe Man himself. I think his fight's pretty decent overall, but it feels like he might be do too little damage to be truly threatening. I kind of face-tanked almost every attack he threw out at me during my initial fight against him, and I still ended up things with more than half my health intact. Attack pattern-wise, he's perfectly fine, but I think he can stand to have a bit more damage output to make things not completely one-sided. Overall, it's a relatively fine level, if a little on the repetitive side.
I have a funny feeling that Patchy enjoyed the Engineer Joe's.
Engineer Joe Gaming. I'm quite a fan of this one. A puzzle-oriented level that has you toggling valves to keep certain water spouts active in order to progress. I like the transport pipes, not only better for...
I can't. It's hard to read, but it's staring at me like that.
I like the transport pipes. They're only better for path clarity, but also they make it much more fun to watch Mega Man going for a ride. It's also subsequently very handy for mapping out the split paths during the puzzle parts.
It's Engineer Patchy! Specifically TF2 Engineer Patchy!
The engineer is engineer. I also really like the one shield enemy being utilized as a platform you need to stand on to slide through to get the tiny gaps. The clogs being enemies purely to be in the way is also quite funny silly and brilliantly incorporated into the puzzle designs, putting the player through various side paths in order to unlock the final path onwards. It gives you the vibe of Maze of Death from MAGMML3 to a smaller and better executed degree. Sorry, Flashman. The boss is a chunky lad, surprisingly quick on his attacks despite the size. I'd say to increase the wind-up time for a bit of a better telegraph, but it's ultimately not too bad of a fight. I also appreciate that the ceiling spikes are not instantly deathly, as it can be a little tricky to dodge the water spouts coming from the ground. Gun don't work, use more guns. Spencer going up. The music got me pumped. The secret path made me laugh. I like this level from the moment it started. From the elegantly minimalistic graphics to the laser-focused challenge design, this level does so much with so little. A handful of enemies and gimmicks combine to create one meaningful, memorable screen after another. I love the token placements, the accordion action of the Tape-Bakken towers, and the section that channels MAGMML3's Maze of Death and arguably executes it better. Sorry, Flash.
Did those two collaborate this?
I was floored by the simple brilliance of the first mini-boss. I only wish it weren't so easy to cheese with special weapons. I only wish is generally my harshest criticism of anything here. Puzzle explanations could have been communicated through gameplay rather than missable signs and confusing side rooms. I prefer it if it were impossible to get stuck rather than unlikely, especially in the teleblock shaft. Disabling ice wall and magnet beam would help prevent cheating. No, don't encourage them! Stop! The boss battle mob could be more challenging. A few oversights, no health refills in the maze, infinite keys, an exploit to clear the telly shaft with just 2 shots. Scuff the polish. The only egregious issues are that the water valves don't stand out enough. A brighter color would be better. Walls and pits are easily mistaken for screen transitions due to undesirable gaps in the architecture. And that one Tape-Bakken plus water spout plus sliding puzzle is finicky about vertical alignment. Importantly, everything else is excellent. Challenge progression and checkpoint placements are spot on. Custom sprites look highly professional and fits with the theme nicely. Joes are actually fun here, and I could stand to fight a couple more. The bosses are well programmed and satisfying end to the level. This feels very close to a Capcom level, and I love it. What can I say? When I can say that? Something tells me is they both wrote down that same thing and then one of them edited it in after the fact.
After the fact.
This stage does some interesting stuff. It is very on theme. I overall enjoyed it, but both its issues and strengths are rather specific, so I might be talking for a bit. Switching water geysers on and off is a simple gimmick, but their interactions with stage elements elevates them into something great. This has the very real potential to be an excellent puzzle stage, but it never quite gets there, with several of the puzzle rooms amounting to busy work rather than challenge. Still, the final runaround area was fun. It made that area of level feel larger than it was mechanically. I had a feeling. It was definitely for the better, Flashman. Thank you. Tile work is good. Animated background elements, of course, make it better, but it does become rather dull to look at. I think you needed more fully tiled background segments to hide how repetitive the tile set really is. Even Pump Man, one of the more boring-looking modern Mega Man levels, had fully tiled background segments. But thematically, the stage was great. Having to clear blockages to make progress is very on point, along with just enough themed enemies to really sell the level's motif, resulting in a stage that really fits Mega Man's universe. A generally awesome music track doesn't hurt either. You know, ebb and flow. Pipe Man himself is an enjoyable fight, at least when his tells work. I really like his design, and the amount of detail in the sprites animations is excellent. He has an interesting suite of attacks, and the variety revivals of Mega Man 7 Plus era Capcom Robot Master. Makes sense, that way you get them all accumulated together to be the best reviews they can be. and it's very noticeable in the final product. Unfortunately, as stated, his tails don't always work when he uses the thin water spout attack. The actual graphic sometimes fails to spawn in, resulting in effectively unavoidable damage. It's a shame, as this really put a damper on an otherwise excellent boss fight. My biggest issue with the stage is how conveyance is handled. I'll say right off that I'm not a fan of the snarky text. I can stack with the best of them, but mocking the player doing the obvious thing just erodes the player's goodwill. It doesn't help that variants of enemies act differently. If you're going to have invulnerable variants, a reskin would have been just preferable to just explaining it. But a really small thing hurts the stage a fair bit. There's not much in the way of visual cues to whether or not the valves that control the geyser gimmick are on or off. In a small room, this is fine, but this stage has several sprawling areas that require the mental upkeep for the player to remember that fact. This is, of course, providing the player has not accidentally hit them again, so they're set to the opposite of what they were expecting. For the record, I require use of accessibility controls to keep Mega Man games playable, which includes rapid fire, so this was an especially egregious and recurring problem for me. That will be for anyone else who needs to use them. More on-screen cues and a much more obvious graphic for what is on and off for the valve would have solved this right up. A more colorful graphic so it didn't look like a background element wouldn't have hurt either. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I said. The fact the stage occasionally devolves into busy work and lack of clarity in boss and stage to drag down what had the potential to be a top-tier stage. It disappoints me, but even then, it's still a good Mega Man level. But it misses the mark of being a great one. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go with Ace on this one. Pretty much pokes at the things that kind of bothered me a little bit, but overall it's still very good. Hey man, what's up? Oh man, you would not believe the fortune I've been making off the setup I've got here. Whenever I see a tired-looking gymnast here, I go up to them and cool them off, then charge him for it afterwards. You bastard! Trailblazer by Lord Saturn. Why is that font completely wrong? There we go.
No!
105! Alright, let's go! Well, I mean, we do have Dr. Regal in here, and he does have a laser man chair, so I mean, okie dokie. Also, once again, this song is a bit loud.
Oh yeah.
I mean, can I just... Alright, which one of these obviously it's gonna be the one at the top, who am I even kidding? I mean, I didn't disable Magnet Beam, so I can actually just kind of go about these as I please, which I really appreciate. need to get up there. Tornado Blow and Water Shield are missing, which means there's probably a very significant functionality reason why they're missing. If I had to guess. Oh god. It's very suspicious. Did I walk past the token again? Oh yeah, there it is. I just like... Damn, that takes a while to spawn, huh? Probably a better way to go about this one. Let me go look at... Oh yeah, I can just kind of jump up here. Can I do a full hop here without dying? Science. Yes, okay. Okay, the hitbox on the electric wires is too big. The fact that I can't even slide off of these platforms without getting hit, like without even falling at all, but they're too big. I see what it wants me to do. I mean, this does let me out. Okay, it would have been an E-tank, got it. What the hell? What the hell am I looking at? Yeah, that's not gonna work. With how big the hitboxes are on those things, that's not gonna work. So let's Gravitron it up instead. Now the prompt on the other one was just a tag of some kind, which I don't need. I mean, I could just... It's hilarious how much of a difference just not disabling the things that allows you to soften this type of stage makes. Okay, that guy seems to be completely invulnerable. Ah, we're getting some edge in here. Alright. Alright, fine. Couldn't I just... Ah, damn. It's gotta remember. Hitbox on those. Very big. Next option here is honestly... Damn, not enough room. Alright, there's a token in this room. But the question becomes, where is it? Alright, it's over there. I need the gravity to be downward to get it. Alright. There's a small platform to adjust somewhere. Somewhere. Over there, apparently. What? Hang on, can I... Yeah, okay. Alright, I kinda like that. Okay, I see what it wants me to do with this one. Alright, now he's up there. Once again, this is way too moody for a classic Mega Man. That's a constant issue. I mean, I can run back, but I'm just gonna go this way. Ooh, there's a big sprawly room in it. Wonder if I can do some... Nah, I swallow wouldn't work. I can just go up this way. Alright, so I need to find a way to move that one. Let's see, where's the other... Where's its other half? Alright, over there, so I need to get this way. Since I can't just jump at it. I need a path to be accessible while going upside down. Alright, last token's in this room somewhere. I wonder... Good work, Ice Wall! I don't like saying that, but good work, Ice Wall, nonetheless! Alright, it's everybody's favorite, the 2 health bar special! Using Gravity Man as a base, huh? You know, after all the, like, edgy, oh, he's so powerful comments, seeing just freaking Gravity Man complete with Gravity Man's normal boss theme, though, it's just, It's a little hard to hit him because he flips so fast, but other than that. So, what's this phase 2 gonna be, huh? Yo, we having mid-boss edge? Another 2 health bars, huh? Can we take this shit back to Mega Man Zero already? This doesn't belong in a classic series section. It goes on too long when the stage is already long. And I think that was just me cheesing half the puzzles. It would have taken much longer if I actually did all of them the intended way. It did have some clever puzzles in there, though. Like, I'm not gonna get too fussy about the actual puzzle design itself. It was way more interesting than a lot of the puzzles that have been thrown in so far. Honestly, yeah, I don't see any issues, and I'm gonna give it a full 10, because you actually let the player keep the things that were important. It's like if they don't want to fully engage in all the puzzles and to take a couple of shortcuts, then they're actually allowed to skip a bit of it, which is really appreciated. This actually is definitely very visually busy, to the point I didn't even see one of the tokens. They're not bad, it's just there's a lot going on. Cool black hole effect, though. Behind. Edge! You know, this whole, oh, they are so powerful, you will never be able to defeat them! Ooh, spooky color scheme! Almighty robots! The thing has gotten seriously old throughout this contest. Like it was already an overplayed trope before I loaded up this game. Now it's just to the point of exhausting. Like, seriously! This has, and never will have, any place in the silly Saturday morning cartoon style classic series. This is very much a X or zero thing. Like, way much more of those. Like, really fits zero quite well, actually. Them games are depressing. Alright. Trophy criticisms aside. This level does have a lot of good things going for it. But I like test puzzle levels. This one shows the player a lot of consideration. A lot of consideration I really appreciate. The sheer number of puzzle levels that limit your options, so you have to solve them in one particular way, it's just not fun. And not in the spirit of Mega Man. This level lets you keep your important utilities and downright encourages you to get a little crafty with them. I love that. I love that a lot. It makes it so if you do not jive with the gameplay style of the stage, you are fully allowed to circumvent it a bit. Which is lovely, and lets the stage appeal to a wider audience. As well as being less jarring. Or, you know, classic series, traditionally sold farts. Like myself. Heck, the puzzles themselves are pretty neat! Even if they mostly revolve around shiftable platforms and gravity flipping. It adds a good mix of thinking outside the box to a literal extent when it comes to a couple of the tokens. To clever things, like making use of the platform enemies, depending on the gravity state, and even lifting one of them up rising platforms. Cool. Also, that black hole effect is sick. Now, there are a couple of gameplay-related things. The broken electrical cables have a hitbox that is too large. The easiest way to explain this is I slid from a shootable platform in a position where I should not have gotten hit before starting to fall. But the hitbox is too high. So the moment I went a small distance off of the block, I got hit. It makes for some far more precise and hard to judge platforming than necessary. Well, also, good God, the boss. Look, I get the whole the edge thing, but 2 forms of 2 health bars, even if one of them is just a timed thing. The stage itself was already pretty bulky. Ending off on that is a really low note. Just make it the second fight and skip the barely any different than Gravity Man part altogether. It would have helped with the level's pacing. It's just been a better fight overall. The second fight is the far more entertaining one anyways. I can see the effort in this one, but it feels like it did not particularly consider the source material. Whew, that one was wordy.
Alright, let's get to the actual in-game reviews.
A puzzle level on Mega Man? That's a bold move. Trail basically took a while to get used to, despite its simple mechanics. However, once I figured it out, it became one of the most pleasantly cerebral experiences in the contest. I'll actually agree with that, yeah. The variety of its platforming gimmicks make for interesting scenarios, and the way the player weaves in and out of the space station gives it a decent sense of visual variety. The level's primary draw is its use of gravity flips and entanglement platforms. Both are fairly simple, but they get put to excellent use throughout, and have a strong sense of difficulty curve. One thing I particularly like is the ability to enter multiple rooms in either gravity, and oftentimes a little ingenuity will get some nice rewards. That being said, I wish there was a visible gravity flip in the pre-boss room. It felt weird to have no telegraph after they were so ubiquitous. Meanwhile, the lightning blocks and the sparking wires are excellent obstacles. Simple, but the platforming challenges are extremely useful. It breaks from the puzzles. I definitely wish there were fewer wires laying around, though. They got claustrophobic sometimes. Yeah, it's a bit of a decision to make so many high-damage obstacles in what's ultimately a puzzle stage, because you really don't want to have to redo very many of the puzzles. The other thing I appreciate is how the level evolves throughout. Initially, you're dealing with simple entanglement puzzles and elect beams, with gravity flips introduced fairly quickly. As the level advances, the puzzles grow, introducing Faith Bakun as an enemy and obstacle to spice things up. But what I really liked was the twist on
Oh shit, Sue! Alright.
turning it from a simple enemy into a core puzzling gimmick. This was just the right level of change to keep things interesting, without making the gameplay unrecognizable. Top it off with a huge climax room and plenty of checkpoints. This has an excellent design sense once you're used to it. Unfortunately, the boss fights are a little mixed. The Sentinel makes a decent platforming obstacle, but as a boss, he's annoying. Overglorified Gravity Man. The cutscene death in particular felt unnecessary. It would have been more satisfying to take it down myself. Thankfully, Cosmo Man makes up for that, even if his lore is a bit overbearing. Yeah, I didn't interact with the screens for a reason. He has a little too much health for my liking, but he makes up for it with entertaining attacks that hits just the right level of challenging but fair. It's an excellent climax, and I'm glad he's here. I just wish this cohort had a better fight. I feel for the judges that had to read every single text box in these things, just to make sure there wasn't anything offensive. Yeah, with how much lore dump some of these stages put, that must have been tiring. This is yet another level that I'm torn on whether or not I actually enjoyed it. While it creates puzzles through interesting gimmick usage, I wouldn't say it works out for each and every setup. Of course, this isn't to say it's all bad. There's some genuinely well-designed puzzles here involving the Mr. X platforms, especially in early parts of the level, where you need to flip your gravity. The puzzles typically aren't long enough to affect the pace of the level too badly, at least in the first half. Even when a few more things get thrown into the mix, like the green tape buttons. Up until a certain point, I was genuinely getting into the stage, but that unfortunately wouldn't last.
Don't do that, Delicious Meat! They'll probably throw your level out! Nobody wants to read the entire B movie script.
I bet they'd just delete the text box.
Which, you know, would be a sensible decision.
As the level progressed, I found myself getting more annoyed by certain puzzle elements, mostly with the modified Oshitsu. Aceritus. The green pushing enemies. While I like the concept of guiding them to set spots in order to cross gaps, the execution ends up being pretty finicky thanks to them not always cooperating. It feels like you need to sync up the platform and their movements perfectly for them to actually work. Apart from that, the other major thing that bothered me about this level was the visuals. In certain sections, the mostly purple/low gravity ones. They've somewhat grown on me since, but during my initial playthrough of the stage, I found the combination of damaged-looking tiles and dust blocks to be rather messy. So I get it fits with the general theming of the stage, but I don't think that should compromise how coherent the level looks. Other than that, the rest of the issues I came across were pretty minor by comparison, such as the second token being a bit of a pain to get, since you can't accurately tell where you're landing after a jump during that part, along with the pre and end boss being a bit underwhelming. Speaking of which, Trailblazer Defender essentially plays out like a more difficult version of Gravity Man's fight. Well, barely. Where he fires off more shots and is slightly harder to hit thanks to how fast he moves. Funnily enough, I actually found him to be more of a threat than the real end boss. While Cosmos attacks are visually impressive, they're all relatively easy to avoid, barring his black hole move that he rarely gets to pull out if you take him down quickly. Combined with the boss himself being pretty slow, and albeit this made for something of an anti-climax to the stage, that I had already mixed feelings on. So overall, I guess it was alright. It's certainly an interesting level, but it's definitely not without its faults. I mean, it's fine if you enjoy this type of stage, it's just it's not classic Mega Man, it's as simple as that. Mega Man is not a puzzle game. Yes! No, he threw the black hole at me once. Actually, twice even. It's just that you can destroy most of the projectiles during that attack. Unless he has another one. That wasn't the other black hole attack. Trail out of this world. Pretty clever use of the seesaw platforms, and I really like the puzzle implementation of those. Even if it can get a bit head-scratchy at times, it's still an overall fun time. I also enjoyed the later variant of the enemies where you can stay on top of them, and they're needed to be escorted to the right place to progress at some point too. The seesaw platforms accomplish the task pretty well, and I'd even say that this entry does the best at that job compared to when other entries do this enemy escort concept. Although the split paths can be cleverly hidden sometimes they don't really lead anywhere. Or worse, they're endless pits. Paths with the electric vines, as I would call them, don't always stick out as places you think you can't pass through. I like the boss fights too. They may look intimidating and have more than one health bar, but their projectiles can be manipulated and give you enough reaction time to dodge them. Overall, good work to make them engaging throughout, even with the extended health pool. Fun fact, this is the last entry I played from the randomized judging playthroughs order, so hearing Battle Network 4's Saber Planet theme acting as the finale theme was incredibly fitting. It was a little loud though. Actually, you know what? I'm taking off 1 point of functionality for bad audio balancing. So I'm taking. I know a few players might wish for a skip teleporter. I tried to give them one. I was outvoted. Thank you, Flashman. But for me, this is a blast. Like, just that fact that Flashman clearly loves the level, but also still voted for a skip teleporter. That is appreciated and shows the care for the people playing the game. Long, lore-heavy levels have a tendency to implode from over-ambition, but this one never loses sight of its core focus or the player experience. A very manageable selection of enemies and gimmicks, a consistent approach to challenge design, and regular checkpoints and power-ups make the 20 to 30 minute completion time fly by. I'm a sucker for sequencing and timing puzzles, and most of the ones here are impressively intuitive, efficient, and foolproof. I'm a fan of tricky platforming too, and gravity flips are used to great effect. Big rooms are satisfying to conquer, and small rooms are pleasingly complex without feeling unbearably overcrowded. Despite extensive goofing around, I only found a couple places where the design didn't account for accident-prone soft-lock seeking shenanigans. The only puzzles I had problems with invariably involved an enemy or on an elevator. Although the sound fonts are jarringly different, all the music fits perfectly, and the main theme does wonders for maintaining the appeal of a level this long. Pop-up text gives a feeling of accomplishment and excitement upon reaching a new location. Elaborate, right on the cusp of distractingly elaborate, graphics impart a strong sense of place. The attention to detail is stunning, graphics that indicate which directions the electricity blocks will fire, subtle background details that help flesh out the story, etc. Admittedly, the story needs a little more fleshing out. Dang it, I was afraid that's flashing out. The first text font almost gives enough context, and it's very easy to overlook that the background computer consoles are interactable. Still, I like that the refreshingly unconventional boss fights tie in with the story, and that we got a preview of both bosses' abilities earlier in the level. Did we? Oh yeah, I guess the black hole technically counts for the other one. I playtested a version of this level that was intended for MAGMML3 but never submitted, and I have to say, I'm incredibly proud of how much it's improved. Aw, that'd be pretty cool. It's like, they wanted to do one submission, but it wasn't good enough, so they waited and they cooked a bit longer and it came out much better. That's pretty sweet. This stage lies at a knife edge. As a puzzle stage, some people just do not like that style, especially in Mega Man. It's rather long and has some fairly brutally difficult segments. I don't think this will be universally loved, but I think I do. This stage really clicks with me. Let's be upfront, puzzles are usually at their best when multiple solutions are available, and if that includes solutions are not intended by the developer, so be it. So the weapons, you disable 2 of them. The screen clear, which makes sense, as when solutions involve enemies, this would have been a game breaker too far. And I'm admittedly not sure why Water Shield was among the disabled weapons, but I'm guessing it's a similar idea. My guess is because it could hit the pseudo-gravity man boss. Okay, so actually, yeah, I know exactly what it is. So the Gravity Man boss needs to self-destruct, right? But both Tornado Blow and Water Shield can hit the boss without having to climb the ladders, so the boss will never do the attack that deletes the ladders, thus allowing you to take up the second health bar without interacting with the cutscene, which would cause a soft lock. That's why those 2 weapons are disabled. But the rest of the options are there. You can in fact break screens in twain and bypass puzzles in this stage and go about this level including in what I can only assume are unintended manners via slide into passageways with Magnet Beam, an ability I've been forced to get good at judging this contest. Yeah, it's used a lot. This is all positive. It shows restraint that a player can experience the stage how they want, and that might be the biggest boon and garnering of goodwill a level like this can obtain. Many mistake stages in this contest in an effort to have a pure experience as the developer intended. Disable utility weapons so the player gets 100% what the developer intended, but here we have restraint. Yeah, he could have, but I mean, this is one of those things. It was an easy blanket solution without having to do additional programming. So I applaud that. Mega Man's all about players forging their own path through the games. I think the restraint shown by the stage goes a long way for me and allows me to enjoy this at my own leisure. I think a few areas are a tad too clever by half, and there are more than a few screens that are a tad tedious going in the intended method. This mostly applies to the few rooms that require a lot of back and forth to clear the solution, and these are often the rooms which felt the most punishing. But the puzzles grok pretty well with a few overall, and weapon use can really help speed through the stage, allowing for this to be fairly replayable. It's not an instant death heavy stage, but enough rooms have pits that death comes easily. It's an otherwise super easy to misjudge jumps, landing off and on those damaged cables, and your health bar drops pretty quickly. Thankfully, the checkpoint placement is rather generous, although the final run to the boss door pushes it. And even on repeat visits, I often found myself burning an E-tank in the final rooms just to be safe. The atmosphere and that Battle Network music are top-notch, but the little touches fix a great deal that could have easily otherwise annoyed. Let's say the beams from Electman are much easier to notice ahead of time with the new graphics than they were in the original source material, in my opinion. That's true. And to end off, let's talk about the bosses. I understand why the Gravity Man edit is there, I think. Trying to lower expectations with a rather intentionally mediocre fight to set up for the final Big Bang. Honestly, I think he slows the endgame down way too much. Yeah. He's just too basic for his own good. Although the twist that there's gravity manipulators to really speed up the fight is appreciated. He's rather dull and a bit of a sore spot on the stage. But then there's Cosmo Man. What an edgy boy. Yeah. This is everything original to the character. Donut Steel rolled into a Robot Master, and honestly, this is a really fun fight. Challenging but not oppressive, fairly randomized AI without it all feeling like a crapshoot to whether you win or not. Figuring this guy out was a blast, and this edgelord might be one of my favorite fights in the contest. Edge! The special effects added to the fight are animated spectacularly, and well, some of the drawings of Cosmo are a bit off-model. The overall animation and posing package is top-notch. Outside of the black hole attack, he's otherwise open to the Buster at all times, and the scaling damage dealt to him keeps him from outliving his welcome. This is one of the bosses I went in and perfect run, Buster only, a rare thing in fan bosses. A rather grand send-off to the stage leaves a positive impression. I don't know what others will think of the stage, as I think that is very much a your mileage may vary stage, but this is honestly one of my favorites. Good job. One of, but not top 3. Honestly, yeah, it's kind of hit on a bunch of the things that I was talking about in my own comments. And while our liking of the stage is clearly very different, the scores say pretty much all that needs to be said there, it still hits on a lot of the points. Yo, Uranus, what's up? But, what? No, leave Toad Man alone! Why would you do this? Why would you do this? No. Oh, Toad Man! Toad Man, why? Because of my anger issues, the gym said I either had to pay for replacement punching bags or bring my own. So I brought my own. It's in my locker. Not sure how that'll keep theirs from exploding when I hit him, though. This is your fault? How could you do this? Damn you! Damn you! Checkmate by Aria. One and 3. Ice Age is a funky song, yeah! I have been forsaken us quietly. Bad time to snort. Well, high score usually means 2 things for Shinryu. It's gonna be fairly standard in terms of his gameplay, and it's probably gonna be kinda tough. Which means it'll probably appeal to me. Sorry, I had to swap out my drink. I see what it wanted me to do, but at the same time, I can just MAGMML though. I'm not sure what these octopus guys have to do with chess, though. There's the knights! Oops! I didn't press the jump button in time! Which means... it is now! No, I bet this works actually, hang on. Aw, I can't summon Tango while sliding, that's unfortunate. I did it again? What? Rain, please. It's just me in a nutshell. It's like sometimes I just don't jump good. I was worried about that exact thing. Gonna rush it! There, just go! Just go! It makes everything easier! Let's still get down that one. Yo, wait, I have a fun idea how to get this one. Hang on. Sometimes you gotta do something that you know is a bad idea just for funsies. Okay, it's not gonna work. That one extra block right there makes it not work. Oh, but I wanted to actually let Ice Wall do something. That's what I get for trying to let Ice Wall do something. See, Chad, never trust Ice Wall. Never trust it. Fine, I'll just do the usual cheese. on the platoon! It pulls it right at the end, alright. It pulls it right at the end! I feel like there's probably a gimmick to this room that you're expected to do. Probably involving the big head guys, but I mean, I'd rather just... That's a little too low. Perfect. But I really don't like these cannons. That... What stage is this? Checkmate! Yeah, right, how's it going? Too far away from a checkpoint for me to want to do that. Is that just a W tank? Alright.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, you guys having fun up here? I see the other one's a cardboard cutout of himself. So you can't just throw pieces at me, that's against the rules! I'm really not certain when the heck the curves happen on those shots. Is this just gonna be a memorize the positions thing? It's looking that way. Fun and games! That was alright. Bakazura! It looks like there's two predetermined patterns that those shots fire in, depending on which side of the screen he starts the attack on, but like, it really needs some kind of tell. It's got the Aquaman issue. Like, Aquaman's actually an example of an official boss that does the exact same problem. Ooh, out of cannon! Creativity's kind of a... The enemies certainly are creative, but the obstacles are mostly just Yoku blocks. Once again, didn't run into any bugs or anything like that. The aesthetics are honestly kind of dull. A lot of blank backgrounds, very gray color scheme. $52, $59. This is one of those stages I want to like more than I do, as it has a lot of cute details, especially in the enemy set. But in practice, the level's just kind of annoying. This is owed mostly to the main focus of the level, just being Yoku blocks. Many, many Yoku blocks. Most official stages that use Yoku blocks have like 1 or 2 segments of them, and then moves on to something else. In this stage, they are pretty omnipresent. Now, that said, the custom enemies are very cute. I really like going out of your way to make as many of them move or fire in associated chess piece patterns as possible. Even the boss tries to have this sort of thing going on. If there were more of a focus on the chess theme like this, finding some gimmicks that mix well into a chess theme, this would have been a much, much stronger stage. Notably, a few spots have too large of a gap between checkpoints, especially with how instant death heavy this stage is, owing to all the Yoku blocks. I am fine and tolerant towards this sort of thing, but having made many and overly difficult level for other games myself, I know how much this sort of thing really angers the casual player. The bosses! Alright. I like them visually. And a couple of their attacks are pretty cute. Like the dropping rooks. Or like, the big issue is the curving shot. I guess the idea there was for it to be like a knight. The problem is, there is literally no telegraph on the safe spots here. It looks like you have to memorize the safe spots depending on which side of the screen Rookman is firing from. And just go with that. Not great. Really unintuitive. The shoulder tackle also kind of comes out a bit fast. Not bad, but not great either. Ooh, chess level. Having played the game a few times myself, I was all set to really enjoy this. The aesthetic design's great, the visuals have enough variety and theming to be memorable, the music sounds excellent, and I found myself appreciating the odd gags thrown about. The enemy selection was also fun. The pawns are one of the more unique enemies I've seen in a while. The Octos get neat challenges, and I absolutely adored the Bishop-themed enemies. It isn't perfect, the wall cannons have a bit of a claustrophobic introduction, and the triple rooks before the boss are disappointingly tedious, but otherwise, the enemies are solid. Unfortunately, the gimmicks are where it comes apart. They're not badly designed, the introductions are smart, and the scenarios are fair. However, conveyor belts and yoke blocks are probably the most generic gimmicks that could have been picked, and when they're pretty much all you have, it's thoroughly uninteresting. That's not to say there isn't an attempt to do interesting things with them, but ultimately, it wasn't enough for the situations here to stand out. The only pieces I do remember were where they got unusually frustrating, particularly the last couple of sections. The other hiccup is the boss. Rookman playing chess with himself was a wonderful gag, but his fight needs a little polish. My first issue is his speed. I find he's just a smidge too fast to dodge sometimes, but the big problem is the Rookbuster. There's no telegraph for the safe spots, so you have to memorize them and rush to them in the few seconds you have to realize he's using it. Considering the attack's speed plus the lack of identifying elements for those spots, it can be a real pain to dodge. His consistency on his attacks is appreciated, but there's a reason why Mega Man ZX Advent's Atlas drew a Buster Path in battle. Oh yeah, that's a good point. We did fight Atlas earlier. As a whole, I don't think the level's bad. The enemies are fun and the challenges are fair. However, the meh gimmicks and awkward boss fight drag things down. I'm probably going to be going with Mick, but let's see what everybody else has to say. I was a little torn when I first played this stage. At first, I felt like there were elements that made the level a bit too basic. And yet, I couldn't deny that I still ended up enjoying it. Maybe I'm just a sucker for good theming, but either way, I ended up appreciating a lot of the platforming and custom assets usage here. In fact, there were really only two particular issues that got in the way of my enjoyment, which I'll go over in a bit. I think my favorite aspect has to be how focused this stage feels as a whole. Nearly every room feels like a proper extension of the previous one, with very few acting as filler, building upon the gimmicks and enemies to create a mostly fun, well-rounded series of platforming challenges. The whole chess theme makes it a lot more memorable as well, especially when it comes to the enemies. The visual designs on all of them are fantastic, not to mention they function just as well. I absolutely love the small detail with the pawn's movement, with how they move twice as much distance ahead the first time they attack.
I didn't even notice that. That's cute.
This level is very cute. And I really like the inclusion of enemies you can stand on. It's not something you see too often in Mega Man levels, and it certainly helps add a bit of variety to the platforming here. This is very funny considering we just had Checkmate, Trailblazer, and Pipe Man back to back.
All three of which primarily feature enemies you can stand on.
It's mentioned before, however, I do have two major problems with this level. The first is the Yoku block segments. While I appreciate that you're given the room to observe how most of them play out before attempting them, I still found them to be some of the lowest points of the stage. Some of the jumps involving them are a bit rough, especially the one where you still also had to contend with a wall-mounted cannon, essentially making it so you had to wait an opening in two differently timed things. The other major problem I have with it is the boss. To put it simply, I just didn't enjoy Rookman's fight that much. Aside from the move where he rains the rooks down on top of you, I found avoiding most of his other attacks to be somewhat of a hassle. His dash move has no startup time or telegraph animations, and the spacing on his turning rapid shots was a little awkward to get used to. Despite these issues, I really enjoyed what this level had to offer, especially when it came to the music. I actually found myself going back to this stage several times just to listen to the song. Whether it's an original piece or not, it fits the stage extremely well. Overall, I'd say you did a pretty good job with this stage. Pound sign. Ah, because it's like a chessboard, I see. It is for sure a chess level, thankfully only as part of the theming. Mega Man himself is not constrained into any awkward movement rules here.
Yeah, oh my god.
That would have been terrible. Movement restrictions instead are enforced with the stage's titular chess-inspired enemies, like the pawn moving 2 spaces initially, then moving 1 space afterwards. The bishop cross things only moving diagonally. The rook pieces are very fast shield attackers, running at incredible heights. Okay, it's definitely intentional. It's the second time now. I don't know this meme! Are also basically fitting, and the green guys who go sad when you're standing on them are very cute and funny. I like how you established the Yoku block jump timing in the first screen, where they show up before that's being used during actual platforming challenges with real penalties at stake. Always nice to see proper gimmick introductions. Okay, shorthand for checkmate. Yeah, I wouldn't have known that, I don't play chess. That much was made painfully obvious when Battle Chess came up in the N64 game randomizer. So I don't play chess. I know the rules, but I don't play it. So I absolutely suck at it. Checkpoints are well placed to compensate for the instant death challenges, even if Yoku block challenges in this stages are always fair. It's still greatly appreciated. For the Rookman fight, I adore the fact you're fighting him on a row of 8 blocks like a chessboard. Though that floor distinction can be quite misleading in terms of trying to avoid some of his attacks, the square wave pattern bullets in particular. Other than that, he's an all-around alright fight. It's about time somebody made a chess-themed level. Cohesive and polished aesthetics provide a great atmosphere. I get a strong sense of place and style, and the graphics stand out as highly memorable, save for a few oversights, e.g. being able to backtrack into a ceiling, and some iffy decisions where bolts are concerned. You can convince me this is a Capcom level. I'm taking off a couple of points for functionality. Just a couple, though. Thoughtfully crafted enemies are the highlight of the level, although it took me too long to realize you could stand on them. The platform enemies are neat. Both visually and behaviorally, every chess piece is readily identifiable and thoroughly charming. Pawns and kings are my favorite, and the bishops add a great layer of trickiness. Rookman's creative variations on moving in a straight line make for a tough but fair attack pattern. All this creativity and attention to detail sets high expectations for the gameplay, and I admit I'm somewhat underwhelmed. Conveyors, Yoku blocks, and falling objects are extremely common gimmicks. I won't deny they're handled competently here. I especially appreciate how difficult it is to cheese most of Yoku's challenges. You just use MAGMML3. But they trade the rich potential of this level for stuff I can get anywhere. I would have loved more strategy-oriented challenges, like we start to see in the second half. A custom gimmick directly related to chess, e.g. a turn clock that alternating freezing Mega Man and the enemies, and maybe some sort of mini-boss. Flashman's brain is just going, I can see the potential. It's a good level, but it's not quite the level I want it to be. So there's quite a lot I like, for instance, the admittedly cheesable Yoku token, the Yoku plus Bond plus ladder challenge, and a little bit of subtle humor at the beginning and end. I feel the reaction to my Sheriff Band review in MAGMML3 garnered some criticism, and it's valid, but I think that's because I didn't quite explain why I felt what I did, and why it got the score it did. That probably came across too harsh when at the end of the day the stage was fine and enjoyable. And since this stage feels very much like that, let's fully explain myself. Tons of effort put into the graphics and 1 or 2 new enemies that, whilst good additions by themselves, do not a novel stage make. By the time I got to review this stage, I had completely forgotten just what things this stage did, a telling issue, seeing how I had already replayed it very recently prior to getting back into judging full on. See, this stage has really cute assets. I do love the chess-themed enemies, and the few that aren't just straight reskins of dev kit enemies are honestly neat. And the reskins are neat too, but especially the new guys that got added. See, I could see this stage fitting in with an official Mega Man title, and that's good. It's a reasonably well-designed level, and for some people, that's enough. Hell, even by the context of this contest, it's ahead of the curve. But of that theoretical Mega Man game, I feel this stage would land firmly in the middle of the pack. Neither the stage everyone loves, nor the stage everyone hates. Just yet another stage in the game that plays everything safe. And that's my big issue here. It's overall a solid stage, but it plays it way too safe. The 2 stage gimmicks, Yoku Blocks and Conveyor Belts, are the very poster childs of playing it safe. And at this point, seeing how both gimmicks have been in the series since Mega Man 1 and 2, respectively, they've already been explored to death in both fan games and official titles. These are stage hazards that are used alongside other hazards as garnish, not the main meal. It also has what I consider a real irritant in it. It's a one-trick pony in regards to the Yoku Block gameplay gimmick, the whole wait to jump until just before it vanishes Yoku Block. It has a real fetish for this setup, and it quickly wore out its welcome. The stage also takes far too long to actually get to the more interesting setups, and frankly I think the stationary chess pieces on conveyor belts, inspired by Blockman segment, feels like a quick afterthought tacked on rather than organically worked into the level. For what it's worth, it's still an enjoyable romp. It's cute, but honestly, submissions to games like this should go big, even if that results in failure. Don't go too big, or you start to get the magnum opus crap. Restraint is necessary. Rookman is much better than the stage he's in. Interesting patterns, and while yes, this Buster is just a rethemed Aquaman water spout, it also comes together as a novel, fun, and just plain good Robot Master fight. Combine that with good talents, excellent animations, we have a fun boss I'll likely come back to refine in my own time. Yeah, easily, Mick. Easily. Alright, I'm gonna be right back before the next one, so we'll see what this stage of mixed heavy enjoyment is in like 3 minutes. Be right back.
Fresh meat.
Oh yeah, looking good. Wowzer, you the best.
gonna get them stretch breaks in. There we go. Alright, back to the game. On to number 13. Ooh, a gold favorite. Alright, we haven't even seen the other two favorites yet. Mafia Man's Gambling Palace. Oh, hell yeah, we got ourselves another casino. I'm not too surprised by the number of casinos, considering the collectible in this compilation is trickster tokens that are just poker chips. But like, it is funny though. But hey, casinos are fun, colorful stages that fit well with the classic series, so let's go. Hey, what up? Oh, we've been expecting you. The boss knew you were coming, so the palace is on high alert. For Wiz Joe's aren't exactly the loyal type. Who'd have something to, let's say, bribe us with something like those chips you just walked past? Some of us might get a little more cooperative. Don't try causing any trouble, though. Our senses are state-of-the-art. Get caught, and you'll be in a world of hurt. Capiche? Ah! Okay. Then this is the way we go. Real narrow field of vision on those guys. What the heck's shooting me? Oh, okay. I was very confused as to where to go. I thought I was going up. Apparently I was going to the right. I didn't look at the map. Keep all your tokens after that. Meat! Okay, there was an enemy in there. Alright. There's some definite conveyance issues here. Hey, Ro, see that path up there? I could make it accessible for, let's say, 125 chips. Gotcha. And you get more than your chips worth out of it as well. Yeah. Okay, they respawn. Nice. Alright, what's up here? Hey, Ro, got to take a chance to the wheel for, let's say, 100 chips? Nah, that's too many, man. Suit yourself, Ro. What do you take me for, a gambler? I'm giving you a third of my cash for a likely loss. Oh hey, I finally got another one of those. That hadn't happened in a bit. Wait, what's the hitbox on that?
Okay, hitboxes on that might not be perfect.
There doesn't appear to be a way to turn off the alarm, and I needed to get the token, so I guess we're gonna... That's gonna be a big damper on the stage. Thankfully, retrying actually does reset the alarm to the off state. Making it a lot less egregious than a certain other stage. Hey, Ro, this door here, I could open it for, let's say, 150 chips. Yeah, okay. I did try shooting the alarms and nothing happened, so... It's another one of those cases where, if there is a way to actually turn them off aside from restarting the... at the most recent checkpoint, then it's not properly conveyed! But I win! Pain! That's what I won! Aw, what do you mean I don't get a prize for bringing it with? Okay, I guess I can just... Okay. I guess that's a cute little mini-boss. How much do you want? You don't care to take a chance at the wheel for, let's say, 100 chips? No! Lower it to like 50 and maybe. If I'm gonna take a chance on that, it's gonna have to be low stakes! Whoa, they roll. This fight's a bit tricky. I might be able to make it easier for 100 chips. Yeah, sure. Gotcha. I already know ahead of time I'm gonna have to. It's a really low ceiling there, it's kind of annoying. Honestly, just smack the beam. I'll forge my own path! There's apparently a ceiling here. That's disorienting. I'm still not entirely certain what that particular Joe does. Okay, there we go. I can finally get a look at him. He throws cards. Hey, roll. See that path up there? I can make it accessible for, let's say, 500 chips. Oh, this is one way to make the chips accessible.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, money! Yeah, we got more chips than I actually paid to get up there in the first place. Oh, Roll, I've been expecting you. You've been causing quite the trouble since you showed up. But I'm a nice guy. I'm willing to give you the element we both forget this ever happened for about 800 chips. Do we have a deal? Yeah, sure. Pleasure doing business with you.
Okay, hang on. Before I do anything else with this.
It's not like I have any use for him. Oh, he's a legitimate businessman. Okay, sure. Good luck. I see. It's just for funsies. Harder mode of the stage. Let's move. Eddie, come on! Oh, the chips are bleeding down. Gotta go! Gotta go right now! Woo! I literally don't have time for this! Zoom! I think it's safe to say that the stage has a nice sense of flow with how just fluid that was. Optional content I actually enjoyed? Madness! Madness, I say! Madness! Alright, one thing I also want to do before I get to the level reviews.
I kind of probably should actually fight the boss. So, give me a sec.
Oh, jeez. Big guy incoming! Oh, there's two of them! Oh, I can actually stand on these guys. Wait, I can stand on these guys. I can stand on these guys! That's really cool. And this is the easier version that you can pay for. No, he's just automatically at a high, low enough for you to hit him. Oh yeah, you can also stand on these, by the way. So there's multiple different things that you can use to actually get hits on him early, which is really good? Damn, that's a good boss fight. Jeez. I'm happy I came back to play it. That's a really good boss fight. Damn, alright, sure. Alright, and we're back! What's the border at Brown Boar? Let's find out. I should go in this direction at this point. There's fun in games. It's just the various, I guess those types of robot masters, so let's see. Biblically accurate demons. And then it's the custom stuff. Alright, that was a lot of fun. Like, I do have a beef with the not being able to turn off the alarms. That's kind of super annoying. And it requires pressing the retry button. Like, I kind of like the absolute panicked second run to the stage more than the regular run. Oh. So good though. Honestly, yeah, Tom Mark's creativity. This did a lot for one little stage. I had a ton of fun with it. Nothing seemed buggy or problematic, so it's a lot of fun. And yeah, do have to talk a little bit on aesthetics, since it's kind of hard to see some things. It's still really good. $14, 20, let's see. 14. 63, 73, 84. Oh, baby, this stage is good. I mean, sure, there are parts of it I don't like. But the majority? Oh yeah, baby. That's that good shit. Give me more of this, please. This level is so insanely charming. Like, I expected it to be, given the theme, but it went above and beyond. The fact it has all the clever little casino enemies I would have expected it, but also combines that with lots of just cute visuals and straight up bribing the enemies to open up pathways for you. Just so nice. Heck, everything was nice and intuitive. So all the gimmicks came together in a way that made sense. I like that the graphics were broken up. Actually, I should probably use a new paragraph for that one. Between indoor and outdoor segments to keep things fresh. Everything was nice and bright and colorful. The chips raining down to flood a couple of the rooms after paying off the bribery Joes. Actually, I'll just call them the Mafia Joes. was especially just such a great touch. Now, there are two main beefs I have with this stage. That is mostly impacted by the design score. I really did not care for how, once the alarms are on, there does not appear to be a way to shut them off without hitting retry. If there is, then it is not very well conveyed. I did try shooting the various alarm-looking objects, just in case. The second is just the inherent annoyance of stealth gameplay. I did not care for it in X2, and, well, it still does not translate so well here. It is just kind of an awkward form of instant death, kind of. Oh well. The actual platforming's really good. The other small, nagging thing is that visual clarity is sometimes an issue. There were a couple of places I was not sure where to go, because it was kind of hard to tell background from foreground. Nothing too severe, but it did cause momentary confusion. And resulted in a lot of damage. Now then, the boss! Oh baby, the boss! This right here feels kind of akin to Tinker Knight from Shovel Knight, in that it is a two-phase boss that actually works really nicely. The first phase is more just to introduce you to Mafia Man's attacks and to figure out how some of the summons work. This immediately plays into Form 2, or Phase 2, where a lot of those summons are actually super useful for getting extra hits on the boss. You get enough time to learn this in the first form to then use it for Form 2. It makes sense to have both, which is something that is extremely rare in this contest. I appreciate that both forms also only have one health bar, keeping the pace nice and brisk. Heck, even the extra detail of not only being able to pay off Mafia Man himself to just skip the boss, but also the option of paying off one of the Joes to make the boss easier in Form 2. Oh man, that is that good stuff. This stage is fantastic. Oh, and I did the bonus extra run for funsies, and it was a blast. It emphasizes how well this stage flows to just rush through. And I even managed it on the first go. It being completely optional was definitely the correct decision. But it lets anyone who enjoyed the main stage try it in a different, spicier flavor. Great stuff. That was very wordy. It's a way of saying, hey, this is good. 84 might be a new record, yeah. There's definitely like bonus stages I gave more points than that too, but it's pretty high up there. Okay, this is great. I didn't expect a level that encouraged video game kleptomania quite this much, but holy cock did this ever deliver. If my gold star isn't any indication, I love this level. The whole bribing Mafia Joes with their own money is both genuinely unique and downright hilarious, and it's combined with the stealth mission that's equal parts unexpected, yet appropriate. Best part, the level design is strong, and the core theme sticks from start to finish. This is just a blast to play. The meat of this gambling palace is the gimmickry. The chip currency is a beautiful way to create variable difficulty on top of the level pieces that actually interact with the weapons. It's also thematically appropriate with the tokens, and the rigged Wiley wheels gave me a chuckle. Wait, rigged? The stealth side works alright, with the only exception being right after the first checkpoint. That spot isn't bad, but the inability to bribe anyone's a slight downer. And that would be why I didn't know that there was a way to turn it off. The chandeliers are also useful, being a simple platformer gimmick that acts in between the crazy stealth. They're combined occasionally, but it's usually smaller stuff with simpler cameras, which I think works better than trying to make a massive melting pot at the end. That would have been way too much at once. This is seasoned by a solid enemy set, particularly the poker mets and bunny mets. They're simple, but oh so effective at bolstering the level's design. Platforms that explode into enticing goodies. Noobtail-like slime that makes you slippery, all while surrounded by cameras. Yes, this works amazingly well with the stealth concept. By the way, the thing that makes you slippery looked to be like booze? Because that looked like wine bottles and bubbles that were caused by them, so I think it's the...
I think the intention is to say that Mega Man's a little tipsy.
Making them fly more than just obstacles. The flying dice and Dealer Joes are respectable obstacles, building on their strengths in subtle ways with proper positioning, though I can't say I like the dice shooting you off screen. In general, this is a solid set of toys, and the level does an excellent job balancing these elements. Unfortunately, nothing's flawless, not even your favorites. On the lesser end of things, the purple Bright Man platforms and the slot machine enemies are duds. The slot machine might surprise you at first, but once you know it's there, he's really easy to spot and kill. Especially when the stage is in attack mode, and the Bright Man platforms seem to be glitched. I have no idea how their bounce is supposed to work, and even then, it's largely a non-factor compared to everything else, except for when it kills you for no reason. But the big thing, screwing up the stealth mission is both glitchy, I've seen fleas in the ceiling more than once, and unbalanced. There's a lot of sections that swarm you with reckless abandon, and it can be too much to work with. In particular, the invincible bouncers can be overwhelming. I'm aware you can freeze them with Ice Wall, but that's really not obvious. And the only other solution is hoping for a bailout Joe. Considering this locks you out of 3/4 of the tokens, I'd rather die, thus resetting the stealth and getting more chips out of respawning. This place might have benefited from a Shovel Knight death system, as I find it far too tempting to treat getting caught like a restart. Despite that, I still enjoyed the level. Its variable difficulty is excellent, uses the majority of its assets well, and the bosses end things on a high note. The slot machine's a fun mid-boss, the knockback when it's hit is a great way to keep the fight from getting stale, and I got a kick out of the rare jackpot.
I didn't get one. I'm not lucky enough.
Mafia Man himself is just great. The first phase is an excellent teaching moment for his goon's behavior, and the second phase is a beautiful accumulation of the level. Combination, excuse me. I applaud the audacity in his bribery. That you can actually just hand over 800 chips and skip the entire boss fight is the most amazing thing, and I love it. And there is a cost to doing this, wink emoji. Sadly, your second phase has too much going on, visually. If you don't take the bribe version, it can be pretty hard to parse with everything flying on the screen. Wait, what cost? Overall, though, this was just a wonderful experience, even with its flaws. The design is solid, it's got a unique and fun set of gimmicks. Its worst issues with difficulty can be negated, and the theming is just mwah. I enjoy this game, Gambling Palace, and I'm going to replay it a lot. Make head fun. There's a lot to love about this level. Yeah, it's like, what cost? I didn't see no cost. The element still counted as the element. So I mean, like, yeah. From the custom enemies to the gimmicks to the aesthetics, especially the aesthetics, it's easily one of the best looking levels I've seen in a long time. Not to mention the stage itself plays out really well too. Although I will say, for as nice as things look in this level, they might be a bit too detailed. Admittedly, I suffered from a bit of visual overload the first time I played this stage, and I couldn't really identify where the tiny chips were sometimes. Subsequent playthroughs and taking the time to observe the stage a bit more closely have since cleared that up, but it's still something I felt was worth mentioning. Either way, I still had a lot of fun with the gimmicks, this level and its gimmicks. The option to pay off NPCs and even the main boss is really unique, and when coupled with the whole sensor/alert system, it gives the stage a good amount of replayability. It's worth noting that dying seems to reset deals you've made with the Joes. While this isn't necessarily a good thing, it ends up not mattering much thanks to the level being pretty generous with handing out chips. I had to actively go out of my way to waste them on the minigame for me to be short on any of the bribes. Ha! There's a reason I didn't spin those damn wheels! But even then, I still managed to find a way to skip the last one via climbing the room with Magnet Beam. Other than that, I'd say the only thing I really don't care for in this stage is the arcing platforms. Mainly it's because the larger ones bounce you up slightly when they reach the end of their path, which only serves to make jumps a bit more finicky, and sometimes they don't even bounce you at all. Otherwise, the stage is incredibly well put together, with a highly entertaining fight at the end. Mafia Man himself, relying on his henchmen for most of the work, is a great detail here. Even more so in the second phase, which you can even nerf with a final bribe. This is one of the few stages I can see myself going back to and playing over and over again, just because how much the core gimmick affects things. Overall, amazing work. Shady Sparkling Grounds. Coincidentally, there were a few casino-themed levels submitted for this contest. While this is not my favorite of the casino stages, I still appreciate the clear love and effort put into it. The currency system is neat. I like the application of the bribery system used along with it, where it's really only necessary if you want some parts of the level to be made easier. One exception to when the tokens are involved, but there are optional collectibles. It's also funny that you can skip the boss entirely with it if you choose to. You know, it's just like, wait, is he for real? Oh, he is for real, cool! What I'm not really a fan of is the alert thing. Once you get caught, there seems to be no way to make it stop except for dying? It makes the stage so much harder with sentries gunning you down and the spongy guard enemies dealing insane damage to you. Worst of all, the bribable Joes become unfriendly as well, so the other unique mechanic of the stage is completely nullified. It's just better to force respawn once you get caught to avoid the hassle. Yeah, like I said, it's essentially instant death with extra steps. Because the stage is, you know, it's more fun with the alarm off. Other than that, the theming is aesthetically pleasing. The stage is colorful and flashy, but still retains enough shadiness to it. The Larry statues are quite hilarious, and the bunny Mets are absolutely adorable. The only gripe I have is that sometimes the graphics can be misinterpreted, like with the roulette wheel being in the foreground. That can be mistaken as an opening of on the ground. The highlight of the stage for me is the fight with Mafia Man. I quite like his design and his fights. They're a bit slow-paced, which is a nice contrast to how most Robot Master fights at the contest tend to go. I also really appreciate the telegraphs to each of the attacks. I like this casino. It's a classy joint. Roulette slots, cards, dice, fancy chandeliers that rebuild themselves if you break them, and some of the best music in town. but it's not too friendly to newcomers. I have a feeling this is going to be mostly about the alarm gimmick, which I understand. Standing in the shadows hidden behind a railing is a darkly dressed Joe with information that people can't afford to miss. Any mook can wander in and immediately trip the alarm, whacking the learning curve and making the level nearly incomprehensible in the process. It's very valid. Each screen is so full of colors, textures, animations, and moving objects that it's already a struggle to tell what's at a quick glance. The level flow is confusing without an explanation of how the barriers work, and it doesn't help that unnecessary, sometimes even deadly, backtracking is allowed. Okay, yeah, we're taking off a couple of functionality points. Just a couple. There was a couple of other smaller issues some of the other judges brought up, but just a couple. Once I fully understood the layout of the challenge components, and which spending opportunities are a total waste because special weapons exist, I was able to start enjoying the level. There's still things that bother me. The tiny bounce on the upswing of the roulette ball, the floor barrier at the end that doesn't open, long load times, being able to get hit while reading a text box, and having the chip total disappear when making a payment decision, to name several. Regardless, the good ultimately outweighs the not good. Challenges are a balanced mix of combat and creative timing puzzles, and the 100% optional mode is the right amount of extra difficult. Being able to bribe Mafia Man is an inspired touch in his hectic fight. Are pretty fun with special weapons. The enemy concepts are charming. The multi-layered parallax outdoor background is the cat's pajamas.
Man, there's a phrase I haven't heard in a while. You're bringing out the golden oldies with that one.
The stage was very messy, both visually and gimmicky. But it was an awful lot of fun. A lot of care was put into this level, but at the same time, it's rather slapdash and all over the place. You couldn't focus on anything core. There are far too many enemies, gimmicks, both in quantity and types. Everything, really. It seems every idea you had hit the table. This stage manages to somehow pull it off regardless. I don't know if every idea... I mean, we've seen stages that do the every idea, and the ideas are far more numerous. The graphics are one of the bigger problems areas for me, and it ended up hurting the gameplay. Let's get one thing straight. The actual sprite work is very good. Enemies are well animated, and the line work is top-notch. There's lots of little minor details, such as expressions and graphical flares. But it also ends up a real mess. It's often hard to tell what you're looking at, which leads to a fair bit of confusion on just what you're supposed to be standing on and where. That is true. And the level is so colorful that enemies and important assets start to blend in with everything. It also results in several cheap hits and even the occasional death, which is further exasperated when the alarms get set off.
Yeah! It's just one of those things where the casino effect is taking full effect. You know when you walk into a place like a casino and all the flashing lights are going off and there's so many bright things and your eyes just kind of glaze over? There's a little bit of that here.
Things such as the falling lights continue to have a nice casual ramp-up in difficulty. Outside of the aesthetic problems, I think the level's alarm system is super creative and well introduced. But the best part of the stage is the poker chip mechanic. It offers some very unique and creative setups and is a novel way of implementing side paths. Several stages in the contest feel let down by multiple routes, but this works for me. And I also love the fact that, yes, this even applies to the boss. Bribing the boss to ensure an easy victory? Okay, that was good. I laughed hard, but it actually worked. Speaking of Mafia Man, when I did get around to fighting him, he was pretty damn good. Many bosses fall to the trap of not justifying their enlarged health bars, but Mafia Man's phases felt relevant. The checkpoint is appreciated and shows some good consideration for the players, who aren't too great at boss battles. Hell, he might be one of my top bosses of the contest. I think right now he probably is my top boss of the contest, to be honest. There's just so many small details that I really like. Overall, if this was less of a mess, we'd have a contender for one making an absolutely awesome Mega Man level. Bing! It's not far off to nailing everything, and Ultimate Landing is one of my favorites, but just a few things let it down. So, let's say it's pretty damn good in spite of its issues. Definitely one of these two, but I'll go with Mick. Alright, it's been a bit longer on that stage than I was intending. And honestly, that seems like a good spot to stop on such a good stage. So I'll give it to this one next time. Oh, why must we stop? What happened to my Toad Man? Oh no! Look at them all! They're all dead! Why would you do that to poor Toad Man? Hey, we're almost there. We're almost into the end game. Just a bit more to go. Alright, that's gonna go ahead and do it for me today. If you enjoyed the content, please give it a follow. It helps the channel grow. Gets those numbers going on up that we do succeed here on Twitch.tv. On the YouTube side of things, give it a subscribe. You'll get the notifications as well. But for now, I'll go ahead and call it there. This was a very solid day of levels overall. Sure, I didn't jive with the puzzle stage, but it was still well made. And maybe I didn't particularly care for some of the Yoku Block stuff, but overall, one of the better days for this particular thing, and it makes sense. We're into the top tier levels at this point. Some truly good ones this time. Alright, I'll probably be back with more of this tomorrow, since once again, I just don't really have anything lined up. In the meantime, though, I do want to thank y'all for watching once again, and I'll catch y'all next time. But for now, see ya.